My name's Vincent Harrison. I'm the owner of Castle Fitzjohn's Gallery in New York City. I've been in the art business for over 10 years, and in that time I've been involved in all aspects of the art business, from running auctions, art fairs, museum shows, artist publishing, you name it, I've had my hand in it. We opened Castle Fitzjohn's Gallery in 2013, and in that time we've sold a lot of art. But really what we're here to do is provide a platform. We're in the business of turning artists into something special. From the platform we have, we want to nurture their talent. We want to grow their talent. And through museum shows, through gallery shows, through great press, we even do some crazy pop-ups in mega mansions in the Hamptons and mega yachts in Miami. We just want to give them this elevated platform to help them find their place, their legacy, and cement them in art history forever.
Hey, excuse me, buddy. Want to check out my art portfolio?
I haven't got time now. Later. So, we were approached day in, day out by artists or aspiring artists in that scenario. They don't know how to approach galleries, they don't know how to get into the art business, and I get it. They're not taught about it in art school, they're not learning it from any online resources, there aren't really any books out there that are real world applicable. Well, that's all going to change. We're going to provide a resource for you now with this video that's going to give you a path. It's going to give you the knowledge and the tools to follow that path through the fine art world. All you have to do is have the balls to follow it. Now we're going to look at a group of very successful artists and we're going to break down what they've done in case studies. And we're also going to give you an overview of the business art world and how you can plug yourself into it. A lot of this is on you. I mean, you've really got to question whether you have the right personality traits for this career. It's not easy. But if you have the drive, the ambition, and the gumption, this video is the first part of an investment in your future. And if you're not going to invest in your future, why should anyone else? Okay, so let's start by looking back at the past. Now, a lot of people, you just assume that if you see an artist in a museum, it's because the artist is talented, needs to be recognized, and he has his place in art history for doing something important. It's not quite how it works. Every artist in this museum that shows in this museum was presented, was promoted, was backed by somebody. Now, those of you that study art history, you can trace this back to as far back as you want to go. The reason that artists had a platform was because someone else, a third party, decided to present them and promote them for whatever reason. So let's look at a very simple version of that. If we look back at the Renaissance artists and a lot of the artists that were in the 14th century, mostly religious subject matter. Now, pretty straightforward. You're the church, you're the most powerful organization on the planet. You have a message you want to get across. I need to show the masses that you need to fear God. I am God's messenger. You need to do what you're told because God is in my side, in my building. How do you do that? They can't read. There's no TV. There's no way to get images in front of them. So you hire someone like Michelangelo to paint your ceiling with this awe-inspiring image of this all-encompassing, powerful God that you need to obey. Fantastic method to get that message across. So most of the artists we know about from a span of all the way from the 12th century up until the 18th century really was because they were backed by the Catholic Church. Massive part of it. And within that there would be families that are also supporters of the Catholic Church but are patrons of the arts, like the Medici family. Very famous, pretty much they built Florence. Some of the most important museums in Florence, the Uffizi Gallery for example. The Medici family backed it, put it there, and if you were an artist backed by the Medici family held in favor by the Medici family, you had it made. So if you go back through history, you can link pretty much any artist to some sort of patronage. Now, the 20th century was an interesting time. When we hit the 20th century, art started to change. Now, a lot of it was a response to photography. Why would you need an artist to paint a landscape, to paint a portrait, if I can get someone to take a picture of it with a camera? So with the birth of photography in the 1860s, 1870s, people started to question, well, do we need art? Is art dead? And so artists started to reinvent themselves. First guys we know, really, with an example that they were Impressionists. And for those of you, again, that study art history or know that it's quite interesting. If you look through art history, a lot of the first bad boys, the first rebels, were become the status quo. Monet was the first bad boy of art. You've got the first, an art critic went to their first salon show, said, guys, this sucks. This is not art. This is an impression of art. And that term stuck, and we still call it Impressionism to this day, which is why he called one of his most famous paintings Impression Sunrise, as a kind of a dig at the art critic and an acceptance of the term. And now, obviously, Monet and the Impressionists are the status quo, and you can find some of them in the collection of this building. So we had that now, that direction where it wasn't so much about what was there, what the painting was, but why it was there. It became more about the concept, the idea, and the interpretation of what was there in the artist's mind. So now things became weird. So what traditionally was good art, or thought was good art, didn't mean anything anymore. It wasn't about being able to paint something realistic. So how do we know what's good and bad? So we had guys like Ambrose Vollard. If you need to look this name up. Ambrose Vollard really is the first dealer, the blueprint of the dealer, art gallery dealer that we know today. And it's no coincidence that the guys he showed in his salons are the most important artists from the 20th century, beginning of the 20th century in Paris. It was the Impressionists, it was the Post-Impressionists, it was Moreau, Picasso, it was Dali, it was anyone that was a name up until the 20s, mid-20s. Vollard was representing them, was showing them in salon shows. And you can trace all the way through the 20th century now, platforms, artists being pushed by certain dealers, by certain institutions. Van Gogh is another fantastic example. Romantic story about him not selling anything before he died. It wasn't all of a sudden someone found a box of his paintings and thought, well, this is good. His brother was an art dealer. His uncle was an art dealer. His brother was pushing him his whole life to try and get the works out there, to try and help the brother achieve something, because Van Gogh was a manic depressive, had a lot of issues, and was a lost cause almost, that needed a lot of help. And it wasn't until Van Gogh died, really, just a coincidence. When Van Gogh died, Theo was just pushing at the time some of the works that were later in his career, like Night Over the Rhone, Café Terrace, Starry Night, the very colourful works with the swirly skies that we all know today. So it wasn't romantic, he died, then the works were worth money. It was because Theo was pushing them, and it was basically that style worked with the fashion and the trend of that time, carried on being propelled and pushed by the art dealer family. So another great example, this building here, Solomon R. Guggenheim. His niece, Peggy, a socialite around New York, around Paris. The Guggenheims, one of the wealthiest families in the country at the time, in the 40s and 50s. Decided she really liked Jackson Pollock, and Jackson Pollock was with a bunch of guys at New York School. They were known as, all playing around with that abstract expressionism. How far can we push away from the representational image? How far can we push the boundaries of the principles and elements of design? And Pollock pushed it more extreme than anyone else by doing that first drip painting, and that was actually commissioned. It was a painting commissioned by Peggy Guggenheim for her house. She said, "Paint me something." Didn't give him any direction, and he came up with the first drip painting. Loved it. Peggy promoted him, and I mean, having that platform of one of the most powerful art families in the world, obviously is going to help your case. She even got him an article in Life magazine or Time magazine in the 50s. Article said, "Is this the most famous artist of the 20th century?" Now, at that time, that publication was very powerful and very important. We didn't have the internet at our fingertips. So it became a self-fulfilling prophecy, obviously. By saying, is this the most important artist of the 20th century? He became so. So again, another important point where you have that representation. And that representation also gives validation. So it's important, because as I said, now with this, someone shows someone a drip painting. I don't know what that is. Do I like that? Is it good? Is it bad art? Well, Peggy Guggenheim said it was awesome. Okay, then I'll buy into it. I'm gonna buy Jackson Pollock, because one of the most famous art families said this was the real deal. And that is the way the art world works now. The relationship with the person representing the artist, whether it's the dealer, whether it's the museum platform, whether it's the press, is key, is paramount to that artist getting their place in art history and being famous and having value in the art market. So how does this all come about? Where do we start? So I'm going to show you where a lot of artists have started, and it's right at the bottom, and it's something that any one of you can do. We're here on the corner of Prince and West Broadway in Manhattan. A lot of artists actually start selling their work on the street here. And I know a couple of artists who are very successful now who started this way. And they've worked their way up the art world hierarchy, and the same style and the same work they were selling on the streets here is now selling for 10 times more. It's the same work. It was on the street here, now it's worth 10 times as more because it's sold in a different way. So let me explain that. If I was to take a painting from one of these guys here and take it, let's say it's 500 bucks. I'm going to take it to a gallery in, let's say, Charlotte, North Carolina, which has a cool kind of up-and-coming artist vibe and scene. This piece now could be $1,000 because it's now in a gallery, and that gallery gives the art validation. This third-party validation of an perceived art expert saying, yes, this is good art, you should buy it from my gallery. So that leads to an increased perception of value. Now let's say I took that artist's work and then took him to, say, a gallery in Bushwick in Brooklyn, which is a little bit higher up the food chain and known as a kind of a worldwide arts destination. So now this gallery in Bushwick in Brooklyn could sell the piece for, say, $2,200. Same piece, but they build and brand using their platform, and that third-party validation adds that to that increased perception of value. Now let's say we took it to my gallery in the Lower East Side. Now my gallery in the Lower East Side, we've been around for 4 years. We have a good track record, and we sell works from artists from sort of $3,000 to $100,000. All of a sudden, I may be able to put that artist at the $5,000 level based on that, again, that third-party validation from my gallery, where my level is as a platform. All of a sudden, that guy could, as I say, could be getting $5,000. And that's how the system works. Now, if we were to take that even further, and I put that artwork in an Uber from my gallery and took it to, say, Pace Gallery, Pace being one of the biggest galleries and most important galleries in the world, that painting could now be a $100,000 painting, simply by being at the top of the hierarchy of that ranking of third-party validation. And on the flip side, if one of these mega galleries, let's say Pace, Gagosian's, Werner, decides to drop an artist, the opposite can happen. So I'll give you an example. Damien Hirst decided a few years back that he wanted to sell a collection of work that should have been sold through Larry Gagosian, his dealer, one of the biggest in the world, decided he wanted to sell it directly through auction, and that was through Christie's. He achieved $200 million, which is fantastic, $200 million in sales. Now, immediately, Gagosian, the mega dealer, dropped him. And then what happened immediately after that is the prices at auction of Hearst's work started to go down, because now the third-party validation that was the top of the tree third-party validation wasn't there anymore. And without that, collectors didn't have faith in the value and the intrinsic value of the pieces, and the market started to go down. And this is very important at this level because a lot of the guys are collecting quite speculatively. And without those points of third-party validation, the mega dealer, the museums, and the good results at auction, the value will be perceived not to be there. So if you are on this kind of fine art route and you're working your way up through the level of dealers to the mega dealers, and you've tied into the museums and tied into the auctions, this is the only way to get to the few $1 million plus at auction. So I'm afraid what we see here is that the only path to kind of that multi-million-dollar sales point at auction, being with big museums, being with these big major dealers, is a very narrow, tightly controlled path. And it can be where you went to school, it can be who you know, it could be how wealthy your family is. There's all these little factors that can help you get onto that very narrow path. But it's a very difficult and narrow path to the kind of that superstardom as we know it today. This may change, but for now this is how it is, and this is how it's been for 300 years. But what I really wanted to do in this video is show you that there are other ways to do it, and there are lots of successful artists out there that may not be selling for millions and millions of dollars, but they're doing very well. They're having a great life, they're enjoying their life, and the work they produce is phenomenal, and they're able to get to audiences a lot easier than you used to be able to, let's say 20 years ago, when everything was very tightly controlled by these guys. So you're an artist, you're in New York, you're hot. you're being shown by Gagosian, you've shown in the Whitney, you've shown in some famous museums around the world, you've been written about in the New York Times. Some of the most famous collectors that are very influential have been collecting the work. So then you are now at a point where you could possibly go to auction at Sotheby's or Christie's. They will look at you, look at your brand value, perception of value, and say, yes, we could put that into auction, and we know we're going to get 100 of our clients to fight over that work and set a price point which will set the market value for that work. Now, what's interesting about the structure of these auction houses can really make a comparison to the S&P 500. This is the art world's S&P 500. This is our index. This is where artists can set their values and no one will dispute what that value is. If a client wants to consign me a Warhol, I'm going to go and look at, let's say it's a Warhol soup can. I'm going to go and look on Christie's and Sotheby's and see what they've sold for over the last 5 years to gauge what the value of that work is. So there's something very interesting to note here, and at the turn of the century, Marcel Duchamp, very obviously one of the most important artists of the turn of the 20th century, started the movement Dadaism. He made an interesting point: repetition. Some of the most famous works, famous artists we know, there is more than one of them. So, for example, there are 270 Monet water lilies or nymphaeas. There are 7 Van Gogh sunflowers. There's a few hundred at least Marilyn paintings by Warhol and soup can paintings by Warhol. Now think about it. If we just have one painting that sells by an artist and it's of the subject matter and he doesn't really paint that subject matter again, you have no other data point to compare that to. But if you take a work that's easily a direct comparison, because this can of soup is sold for this much this day, this can of soup sold for this much this day, and we have this linear now increase in value, then it's easy to cement that increase in value and show a market with those data points. And that's why artists like Warhol and artists that do a lot of repetition, not too much, but a lot of repetition of the same subject matter, actually works really well at auction to be able to set that market for everyone to see. So there's an interesting point to take. But Sotheby's, Christie's, Phillips, Bonhams, one of the most important parts of establishing the value of art as you have achieved the heights. Now, you can't just go and start selling your work on the corner of Prince and Broadway and then decide you're going to put it into Christie's and Sotheby's. There needs to be a certain level of brand value or perceived brand value for all of them to take your work. So coming across the auction block soon is this triptych by Francis Bacon, one of my favourite artists, one of the most important artists out of the UK of the 20th century. Now, huge money for these pieces. The last triptych I remember going was in 2013, 140 million, and was a record breaker at that time at 140 million bucks, $140 million. Now, this will hit some lofty heights, and pretty much every Francis Bacon painting that comes up will hit the $50 million plus mark now, because a precedent has been set, a market has been set that this is what they're worth. So Christie's now will take this piece, this triptych, they'll take it around the world, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars showing it to their biggest collectors, the biggest collectors on the planet, and they'll make lots of people want it. And then those people will sit in a room, sit in here, and the guy with the deepest pockets will win the painting at an exorbitant amount. And that is the nature of these auction houses, and that price point will again be set and continue those data points of the value of Francis Bacon. So really now more than ever, the market value at auction is one of the most critical components of the perceived value of an artist, especially their merit as its relationship to art history. So now a lot of the time when you go and see artists in museums, it's not so much, oh, they're in this museum, they've achieved something. A lot of people are asking, well, what do their paintings go for? And if something goes for 100 million, that has far more validation now to people than, well, he's in the Whitney collection, he's in the Guggenheim collection, he's in the Met collection. So it's very interesting how this has changed, especially in the last 20 or 30 years, where we have these crazy prices paid for paintings. A lot of people don't like it, but this is the way the art world is going. Basically money talks. So as an artist now getting your work out there, you've got to look at that monetary aspect to it. As much as a lot of people don't like it, the perception of value and how to build that perception of value, because your place in the market is as important as your place with the institutions within art history, because without your place in the marketplace, now it's very difficult to cement your place in art history. Now there's another very important commercial element that has become crucial over the last 10 to 15 years, and they are art fairs. Now, art fairs are basically giant art gallery trade shows where an art gallery will take a booth with another 120 other art galleries that have come from all over the world to show their best artists, their A game. And these fairs can be very expensive. We just did a fair during Art Basel Miami in December, and it was $35,000 for the booth. So galleries have a lot invested in these fairs, and it's often their most important annual date on the calendar. Now, there's a hierarchy of these fairs, and Art Basel, which I mentioned, is at the top. Very interesting how that dynamic works. Now, Art Basel, being the highest level of third-party validation that you can get within art fairs, attracts the biggest galleries. So it is Pace Gallery, it's Gagosian, it's Werner. But something interesting happens. Let's say Gagosian is going to release a new piece from Murakami. You as a collector go to that fair, walk into Gagosian's booth and say, I'd like to buy that Murakami. Gagosian will turn around to you and say, well, who are you? Now, what happens now, the gallery gets to pick and choose who gets to collect the work. So are you on the board of any museums? Are you a very important collector? Do you have your own museum? The whole game changes. There could be 100 collectors vying for one work by Murakami, and the gallery will get to pick and choose who will get to collect it. And that will be based on how valuable that collector can be to the artist. So the whole game changes. So I recommend very strongly that you get to visit some of these art fairs, because commercially this is such an important part now of where you could go with your career. Visit any fair that's within or that's close to you, any city near you. But if you can, get to Miami during December to Art Basel, because that's the biggest art fair event on the planet. There's about 20 fairs in total, and it will take you a week to get to see everything. But it's a phenomenal time, and it's the most important and biggest art event on the planet. Now, if you are going to work with a gallery and you're at that level where you want representation and you're looking for a gallery to work with, make sure they do art fairs. There is no better way for you to have a strong platform to build your market, to build your audience, to build your following as efficiently and as quickly as possible. Okay, so there we saw kind of some of the traditional paths through the fine art world. That third-party validation is everything. That relationship with art dealers and artists, museums, auction houses, and following that kind of hierarchy of third-party validation up the food chain, so to speak. And it's been that way for a long time. And it's been very difficult to get access to that art audience without going through those art dealers. Now, that was until recently. This is something you need to pay close attention to. Social media has changed everything. The internet has changed everything. Now you can have access to an audience. They may not pay attention, but you can have access to an audience without those gatekeepers. I know plenty of artists that have made it and are making it, and then they've never even set foot in a gallery. They've mastered social media. You need to master social media if you're going to get yourself out there as an artist. I want you to look at someone called Max. Max is a chap I've known for about a year. He has a site called Tax Collection, which is on Instagram. And it has 500,000 followers. And it's a curated online gallery platform, effectively. You submit something to Max. If he likes it, it gets put on his page. And you get access to 500,000 followers. That is a big deal, to instantly have access to that 500,000 audience. And there are other platforms like that to use. And if you can work out how to get some of that audience to your platform, you build a following, all of a sudden you've got a business. So what you hear from Max is going to be very important, and I want you to take some notes. So Max from Tax Collection, it's a phenomenal platform you've built. How many you got? 500,000 followers now?
Yeah.
So explain to me what Tax Collection is and when you started.
So Tax Collection, essentially, we see ourselves as more of a bridge between the artist and gallery. And so what we do is we really try to seek out the newest, freshest talent. And we do this obviously by going through social media and using the internet primarily to find this, and then linking them with our connections with galleries, primarily in New York, Miami, and we've started to move to Europe as well. We started 2 years ago in 2015. It's me and my partner who run Tax Collection, and primarily we were struggling in college with exposure for our own work. I come from an English background, and my boyfriend comes from a creative photo background, and so we used to reach out to publications and galleries and try to get our work out there, and found that it was a very not necessarily unfriendly, but people weren't really receptive to the work we were doing, and it was very avant-garde. We were really pushing the envelope with it, and we didn't find any people who, even wanted to view it. And so we thought to ourselves, it's fine if people don't like it, but everyone should have the opportunity to put it out there on a large platform and maybe find someone who does like it. And so that's when we decided to start our own platform.
And that was 2 years ago?
And that was 2 years ago.
So you're artists, you're both artists yourselves, you were not banging on doors and nothing was happening in football. Screw you guys.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll find a way to reach the audience. You're not my access point.
Exactly.
Okay, and that was 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
So what did you start with?
So Tax Collection has changed a lot. It used to be all our own original content, and that's how we sort of started gaining our preliminary following. And then we moved more into curation once Instagram used to be, crazy active. And so over those 2 years, we really grew from 0 to like 70,000 in about 4 months. And then we started taking a lot more community submissions. And so then we really shifted our focus to just helping other artists. And then
how did you go from 0 to 70,000 in 4 months? What do you think got you that following?
Definitely, a lot of it was just original content. At the time, there weren't too many art pages. It's definitely more of an inundated market, as you can see when you go on Instagram, but there weren't really that many. And so we really carved out our own niche, back when Instagram wasn't as strict with their content guidelines, you were able to put a lot more, emotionally charging and pressing images and a lot more nudity. Basically just things that like mass audiences were interested in. Now you have to really scale it back with what you can put on, but that's how we started.
Okay.
It's being more shocking.
And then, so you're hitting 70,000, you thought this is working, we've got a platform here, let's help out your friends basically.
Right.
And so where did it go from there?
So then, once we received all that interest, we decided that we wanted to move past the internet and do something physically. At the time, we had heard of a lot of galleries were starting to partner with what they call influencers on Instagram, and so we realized that we reached the threshold, and so why not give it a go? And then we did our first show in New York. It was a group curated show, and we did it with people who had been there really since the beginning and submitting their work. We used to do image collaborations. So those people we really took and consider them our friends, and that's when we did our first show. And since it ended up being a success, we decided to follow that path.
So that was a gallery show?
Yeah.
Gallery show.
Physical.
And when was that?
That was at Guy Hepner.
Okay. When was that?
That was a year and a half ago, I believe.
Okay. So you got the platform to a certain point, 500,000 followers, artists you wanted to work with. Was this a solo show?
No, this was a group show. We had about 12 artists.
So you put a group show on for artists that are on your platform?
Right.
And then obviously it makes sense because you have the audience. You don't even really need the gallery audience because you've built your own audience in a kind of a virtual gallery, keep showing new work. So you have that physical space now to take it from Instagram and put it in a physical space. How is the response?
It's been really great, especially because we do most of out of New York, which is where our audience is based. Our last show we had 2,000 people come. The show before that we had 1,500. So each show gets to be bigger and bigger. And it's the same how we grow on the internet. So it's really cool to watch. Everything just sort of just grows steadily.
And each show is just a pop-up for a week, a month?
They run for a month usually. We had one running in Hong Kong that ran for 3 months, but they tend to run around 1 to 2 months.
So that's interesting now. So you've built your platform on social media. Now you're taking that platform into the real world with a commercial goal. So the artists that are showing, the group artists now, are you then building a market for them? Are they selling at these shows?
Definitely. So one example from this is our good friend, John Paul Faves. He was in one of the originals in our group show. And the work he sent, it was huge, it was stunning. We had only seen it on Instagram before, so seeing it in person was, phenomenal. And so this was the first time his work was ever taken out of Costa Rica and brought into the American art market. And since then, his original piece sold for $4,000 at that show. Since then, he's been in international shows in Paris, Belgium. We did another show in New York. He's in LA. and I mean all over South America, and he's now selling for 20,000. So we really think that it was that opportunity that really, you know, elevated.
And before you met him, what was he selling for?
2,000.
Okay, that's a pretty big.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So, what's next for Tax Collection? Where are you taking it?
So the direction we want to go in is we'd like to get physical and get our own space within the next 2 years. But for now, we'd really just like to solidify our reputation as curators and people who bring, you know, fresh, exciting artists to primarily New York. And so we'll be doing a lot of group shows around the city and also going more international, doing work in Spain, and then we'll be going to Texas and hopefully Los Angeles.
Okay, all with pop-up, with Tax Collection pop-ups?
Yeah, and we're, you know, partnering with galleries and such.
Good stuff. Yeah, it's amazing what you've achieved. I've been aware of your platform for a while, and I've seen some great work on there that I've then followed up. So as a gallery owner, I've seen work on there. I thought, I like that guy. I'll look him up and see what's going on. Some of the artists you've showed me today, I would like to do something with. So there's definitely value to that platform, and it's a much better way of an artist to reach an audience. It's really useful. So you've built this from 2 years,
right?
From start to finish. So that's pretty impressive, and that you're monetizing that platform as well. So this is why we're talking to you, because you are the expert on Instagram and using social media to kind of as a platform. What advice do you have? Obviously, we've got artists watching this who they may have an Instagram account with a few hundred followers. They may not have an Instagram account yet, but they know that social media is the way forward.
Right.
But they don't know how to do what you did. So what kind of advice have you got for these guys?
So I would say the main thing, and we get this question a lot. Well, obviously, first of all, have a platform. So if you find yourself, you don't have a Facebook, you don't have an Instagram, or even a Twitter, I would make one of the three. And if you were gonna make any one of the three, make an Instagram. And then you need to be consistent. What a lot of people find problems with is they like to mix their personal life in with their art. So their page is supposed to be dedicated to the art, but a lot of it is pictures of them on vacation or scenery. And a lot of people aren't really drawn to that. They want neatness, consistency, and if they're fans of your work, they want to see your work. And then, you know, if you have personal friends and family, maybe make a different page that you don't use for your art, and just make sure to really keep that separate. I find that to be one of the biggest problems, actually. Right. When people are on social media. And then just staying active. I know it's hard. A lot of people don't have time to, you know, put new content out every day, but it's really important. You want to stay relevant, and especially with the way Instagram has a new algorithm. So the less active you are, like the less you show up on your friends' feeds. So you really have to be striving to put stuff out there every day.
And what's active? Define active.
Active, posting at least once a day would be mine. And then now that they have the story feature, you could be updating your story, and that is where you can get more personal. So there's that distinction. You could put where you are for the day, what you're doing, what gallery you're going to, and that's fine because it's not permanent. But for permanent posts, try to keep it to your work.
Okay. And now, lots of artists have a following, but do you know then, can you tell them how to monetize that following? Because you've made that happen, and a lot of artists guys will start to build a following, but think, well, okay, there's people watching, but how do I get money out of them?
So I would say the main thing for that is just using your following as a leverage. You'd be surprised the amount of people that want to work with you the minute you hit over about like 10,000 followers, and that's really, I would just not undervalue what you have. So if you have a following, use it, because a lot of people want one and don't know how to get one. And so that's just like the primary advice I give for that.
Fantastic.
So that was some valuable information. I want you to look at Max's site at Tax Collection. Here's the handle. Pay close attention to what images get a lot of attention. So what gets a lot of likes, what gets a lot of comments, a lot of interaction. And then we're going to come back to social media towards the end of the video when we give you a step-by-step approach of how to make it work. So now we're going to start talking to some artists. And while we're still on social media, really pay close attention for when these guys start talking about how they use social media to get ahead, because they all used it very effectively, and it was a key part for them to kind of get their launch. All of these artists are successful. They're all making it. You need to pay close attention to what every one of these guys says. So I really recommend taking notes.
So today we're popping over the Williamsburg Bridge, taking advantage of one of the last warm days in fall here in New York City. So we're going to see BD White. BD, young guy we've just started working with the gallery about a year ago. phenomenal guy, really kind of taking stencil art, graffiti stencil art, spray paint stencil art to a whole new level, unlike anything that anyone has seen before. Had a solo show that sold out, and it was phenomenal. So his story, I think, is beneficial from one point with the way he got himself to where he is very quickly. It normally takes a long time for guys to get a sellout show in New York. And secondly, for what he's overcome to get there as well. And some of the artists we'll be talking to have also overcome certain adversities, which I think is even more of a testament to if they can do it, you can do it. So that's really the lesson here when we go and talk to BD.
We hover at the right degree. We won't burn, we'll never freeze. And you'll find us floating. We can only be seen from afar, pacing the sky at the speed of the stars. We move in slow motion.
So BD, thank you. Thank you for having us in your studio. So congratulations, just had your first New York solo show at
Castle Fitzgerald's gallery.
Right on. Probably the best gallery in New York.
Oh yeah.
And you think good stuff. So your story is incredibly interesting. You've come up pretty fast and you've worked your butt off to get where you are today. So we just want to get your story across. So tell me when you first started painting.
When I first moved to New York, or
Just when you first started painting, were you painting as a kid? Were you studying at school?
yes, so I was painting since I was really young. I've always been interested in art. So I really, as long as I can remember, I was drawing and painting stuff, and I was took extracurricular art classes growing up, like outside of school. I was doing like third-party classes for painting mostly because I was really interested in painting. And then I got hurt when I was 18 years old from pole vaulting. And so that kind of messed up my college plans. And from there, I moved out to Utah to do this therapy program. And while I was out there, I didn't paint or do any kind of art for about 3 years. I didn't do anything. And then one day I just decided to start painting again. I'm not really even sure what prompted it. I guess I was just bored or something. And so I started painting, and I just was doing old brush paintings, oil paintings. So I started doing some acrylic brush paintings, and it had been 3 years since I painted, and I really liked how it came out. I did the painting in 3 days, and I was like, holy shit, this looks really, really cool,
What was the subject matter then?
It was a portrait of John Lennon, so I was just doing musicians, And I really liked how it came out, so I just decided to just keep doing it. So I started painting some more, and then I started doing oil paintings. And I was, liking how they were coming out, and I was trying to shop them around to galleries, but Utah is not the best market for the type of work I was doing, because I was painting surrealist realism kind of portraits of musicians, and it just wasn't the right market for it. And so I eventually.
When you say shopping them around to galleries, how were you doing it? What were you doing?
I was literally taking my paintings in a car and driving them up to galleries and trying to show it to them, which no one wanted to see them that way.
So
yeah.
What sort of response were you getting? Would people look, or they just didn't want to know?
Most did not know. They wouldn't even look at it. They told me to email them, and then I would email them, and then none would respond except for yeah. So maybe I got one response from someone who just said no, we don't. This isn't the kind of work that we sell, and all that kind of stuff. And I was going up to Park City. I was trying to go to the hippest place in Utah, and just nothing was working out there. So I decided to move to New York, because I figured, New York's the mecca of, the art world, where if you want to become an artist, this is a good place to start.
Okay. And just step back a little bit, from when you started painting and you did that first picture, the painting of John Lennon, when did you decide, I think I could try and make money out of this?
I think it was a while. I think I'd done a few paintings since then,
Was there a trigger? Did someone say, you could sell this? Or what made you take that leap?
I don't even remember. I think, I wasn't doing much as far as career-wise in Utah, and I wanted to make something out of what I loved doing, which was at that time was painting. And so I wanted to make this into a career where I could actually make money and, get my parents off me about getting a job. So that's really what kind of prompted it. And I had some paintings which I thought were actually pretty good, especially this one that I'd done of Jimi Hendrix, of a very famous image of him. You know, everyone's seen the image of it. But so I did this painting of it, and I really liked it. So that was one that I thought, all right, this is now good enough. I can take this around to galleries and show them my work and my style, and hopefully they can, someone would want to show it. But I learned that wasn't the case.
Yeah, galleries. What can you do? So then you moved to New York. So then to pursue the career. Why did you think I need to go to New York?
I just thought New York was the real the center, you know, of the art world, where if you got the best opportunities here, you got tons of people, much more of the liberal art kind of community, where the kind of style of work that I was producing would resonate more with them than it would out in Utah.
So how did that work out for you? You got to New York how many years ago?
7 years ago.
7 years ago. So you arrived in New York. I want to be a famous painter. What did you do?
So as soon as I arrived here, it was like I came here and I noticed all the street art. And it was at the exact same time I saw the Banksy documentary, Exit Through the Gift Shop. And so all that kind of happened at once, where I saw this documentary and then kind of opened my eyes to street art that was around. And I was, noticing it all on the streets now, because I'd always known about graffiti. Everyone knows about graffiti, but I didn't realize that people were putting actual paintings on the street. And from that, I got really excited, because I went, oh man, well, I can actually make something, put it out there, and get a response from people that are not just my family and friends, because that's all I was getting at the moment. And you never really get true feedback from family and friends. Anything you make is, oh, that's great, that's fantastic. It's that doesn't help you.
It's a very common thing where artists in a situation, they're just getting affirmation from family and friends, and that doesn't count, like you said. You don't really know what the world thinks.
Right.
Obviously, your grandma or your mother will go, it's awesome, you're so talented.
Yeah.
But does that translate into the real world? What did you do?
So I saw the documentary, and I saw the street art on the street, and I wanted to do it. I wanted to try it. So at the day after I saw that documentary, I made my first stencil, and it was just a real simple, just one layer stencil of an old portrait of me with my hand over my face. And I was like, oh wow, I really like how this came out. It's simple, but it's graphical. It shows this, it makes you can see what it is. It was just a cool, it was very different than what I had done before. So I got excited about that, and just immediately started putting it out on the street. So I think I made some wheat paste posters first. That's how I started off. And I went out and posted them up on just construction barriers, and on some lamppost bases. And I wasn't even painting the lamppost base at the time. I was just making pieces of paper and gluing them onto the posts. And I remember just a few days after that, I was just out on the street, and I noticed someone taking a photo of it. And so from there, I got really excited about it, and that's when I learned about Instagram. And so then I started searching through the hashtags, and I would search through Williamsburg hashtag, because that's where I was putting all the pieces up, and I would see all the photos of my work, and and I was going through and commenting on those photos, and people were responding back to me, and so I just got excited about that way. So I was getting positive reinforcement from that, from people saying what I was doing, they liked it. So
it's like free market research, basically.
Right, and so that just gave me enthusiasm to keep going with it. And I'm the kind of person who always wants to try to be making something better and bigger than what I had done before. And so I moved on from those more simplistic stencils and started making more multi-layered ones. And so now I went from single layer to 5 different layers on it, but it was still very simple and graphical. And I was just doing portraits of myself or of people I knew. So nothing really had too much meaning that you could really draw from it, but it was just bright, colorful images that I was just trying to throw out there and kind of hone my style a little bit, and the skill level that I was doing, because stencils were all very new to me. And from that, it was really just Instagram and the street. So I would just get positive reinforcement from that, and I just want to keep doing it and keep going strong in the street.
Okay. And now you've built obviously a really strong following on Instagram. So you're out in the streets, you're putting work in the streets, you're realizing people will like it. So how did that jump to then monetizing?
Well, from that, so I always want to be making bigger and more complex things, right? So on the street, you can't paint anything on the street that you want to last. I always say, if you want something to last, you don't paint it on the street, So And on, you got a very short lifespan on the street, whether or not you're doing a weep paste or just an actual painting on the street. I started doing literal paintings on the street because I wanted them to last longer. Weep paste, you had a lifespan of maybe a week at the most before it started to deteriorate. People would like rip it down. Right. So you put some on this, with spray paint on the street, and you got a little bit longer lifespan, depending on when someone decides to go and tag over it. But normally you've got maybe like a month of it being untouched. So I started doing that, and then I wanted to make them on canvas. I came from like a brush painting background, so I was used to painting stuff on canvas, on wood panel. So I wanted to get back to doing that so I could make more complex creations, more complex paintings. And from there, I wasn't getting any kind of shows. I wasn't really doing anything. There was no group shows in the mix. I think I had applied to a couple shows. When you're first starting off, like it seems like the only avenue was applying to shows. You'd find some shows that are like for up and coming artists, and you can like submit your work for.
Where were you finding those shows?
There was some website that I had found. I don't even remember what it was.
NYFA, New York Foundation for the Arts?
That was probably what it was. I can't even remember, but it's something like that, yeah. And so I'd found a couple that, you have to like pay to submit your work, and I had done that and gotten accepted. And so I did a show at a group show at like Greenpoint Gallery, which was this real small gallery in Greenpoint that's like up this flight of stairs, and it's almost like someone's apartment. And I'd done that, and it's always like a contest, in that gallery. It's like, so, everyone submits their work, and then, people vote on who they think is the best, and I won. So, and they were gonna give me like a solo show, but I never ended up actually doing it because I just wanted to kind of like move on and like do more bigger stuff in the street. So I did that. So I just wanted to keep making stuff on canvas and keep making bigger and better works. And one of my followers on Instagram contacted me. They wanted a commission of their kids. And so I was, at the time excited, just anyone was interested in my work. So like, okay, yeah, I'll do that, So I did this commission, and at the time of doing this commission, I really hated doing it. Like I was just like, man, this is not what I want to be painting. This has nothing to do with my work. But I did it, and I did a good job. Like it came out really well. And so I gave it to them, and they loved it, hung it up, and then their friends saw it, and their friends came to me, and they wanted to commission me as well. And at that point, I was like, all right, well, I don't want to paint, kids anymore. It's not really what I'm into. But what they wanted was not anything like that. They wanted a commission of a political piece, which is kind of what I was into doing in the first place. And so I was like, oh, definitely, I can get behind that. So I did that commission for them. And it just turns out they ran a martial arts academy, and so they wanted to give me like a pop-up show.
Yeah, cool. And how much did you? So the first painting you sold was the commission of the family.
Yes.
What did you get? What did you get for that?
I think I sold it for $1,500, and but it was a big painting. Right. It was like 5 feet by 4 feet. I mean, this thing was big, so they got a very, very good deal.
Good stuff. And then the next one.
The next painting that I sold, same deal, same $1,500 for another huge 4 foot by 5 foot painting, and then they gave me the pop-up show. So I made all these paintings for that, and the show literally only hung for 3 hours. Hung it up and then took it down that very same night. But it was fantastic. So they had a friend who was a publicist, and so they had her work with me, and she got me into the New York Times. And so just had hundreds of people come through the show, and like almost sold out completely of all the works. Again, everything was very cheap that I had priced.
So what were the price ranges?
Oh, it went from $100 up to, I think the most expensive was $2,500.
Okay.
And
you sold everything?
Pretty much everything. I think I came home only with like 3 or 4 pieces and I had like 30 something pieces in the show. And so only like 3 or 4 did I come back with. So yeah, the whole show sold out pretty much. So it was really great.
So again, a great indication that you have something.
Yeah.
So when was that?
That was 2 years ago.
Okay. And then so the last 2 years, what's been happening?
So from that show kind of really just opened the doors. I had never done any real show before then. No group shows or really anything other than that one show at the Greenpoint Gallery that I had to apply for. And pay money to submit my work. So after that show, I got offers. Finally people were coming to me saying, well, we're putting on this show, we'd love you to be in it, group show. And so I started doing all these group shows after that.
and just kind of expanding my circle as far as, like meeting people and knowing everyone, because a lot of what I found in the art world a lot is that people don't necessarily work with you until they meet you. And so you got to really just be there to network and talk to people. So I was doing that a lot. And then from there, it just kind of kept snowballing, where I was getting more and more offers to be in more group shows and do these kind of things. And then that ultimately led to my first real solo show.
Okay. So and then how did that come about? I mean, that's an important part of the story. So you just had your first solo show, which was just opened last week. Tell me about it.
Well, it went really well. I think the opening went fantastic. I was making these paintings for about a year, and they are the most intricate stuff I've ever made before. And I really wanted to do that because I really was trying to set myself apart. Because a lot of the times in the street art world and the stencil art world, you get lumped into this group, and I have found that street art is great, but it's also there's a caveat to it. So the great thing about it is also the worst thing about it, where anyone can do it. So that's fantastic because anyone can come in and do it, but at the same time, you get people that are really not very talented doing it, and all of a sudden you get lumped into this group, and it's hard to break out of that. And so I wanted to produce a body of work that really set me above and beyond what people were doing in that street art world. So I set myself out to I still wanted to do stencil paintings because I just loved the process and building the painting up. And it's exciting when you're making a stencil painting because you can't really see what you're doing while you're doing it. So you're painting layer by layer, but it's hard to see if that layer looks good until the next layer goes on, right? And then you don't really get a full judge of the image until after it's complete. So you do this whole painting and then you stand back and you go like, oh shit, this looks really good. Or that sucks, this looks really bad, I need to start over. Right. And so I really liked that, just the surprise aspect of it, And so I wanted to keep doing stencils, but I wanted it to be way more intricate than what I had done before. So before I was doing maybe like 10, 15 layers, and I wanted to go way above and beyond that. I wanted to get in some really intense detail into there, stuff I hadn't seen people do before. So I decided to just go as much as I possibly could. So I was doing layers that were like between 60 and 90 layers per painting, to try to get in all this detail. And they were taking a really long time to do. It was a whole new process, a whole new technique, so there's a lot of trial and error, a lot of waste, a lot of mistakes that get made along the way. So it took a really long time to produce these paintings. But I was really happy with the results, and then had the show, and I think what's the word I'm looking for? Surprised people a lot, because it was such an evolution from what I had done previous. To what I finally was producing to the public, because I kind of kept it a secret. I mean, I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. I didn't post on social media really at all what I was trying to produce. Only at the last, 30 days up until the show did I start actually posting images of finished works. So.
And the show with Carson Fitzgerald is important to point out. How did that happen?
The gallery approached me really. I'm not 100% sure how they found me. I think my friend JP was talking to them, and then that kind of I think because I had done work with JP before, me and him had done a lot of collaborations. We had painted some lamppost bases for the Lisa project in the Little Italy, and we had done a few other murals together, and some works on canvas together that people were liking. So then JP was talking to the gallery. And I think from there, they learned of me and then looked into my stuff and then approached me about wanting to work together. And at the time, I was preparing already for the show. I was already had in my mind, I'm going to do a solo show in 2017, because it had been 2 years since I had really shown a complete body of work. And I was just going to find a gallery. I didn't know who I was going to do it with. I was just going to try to shop it around and see. I thought maybe I had enough of a background track record to try to be able to finally shop around and find a gallery to do it. And they said, let's do it. So I said, all right, perfect.
Good stuff. And that was me, obviously.
Yes.
Good decision. So price-wise now, tell me about the price points we're at and what you've sold pieces for. So what was the most expensive piece you sold before the show?
So before this show, the most expensive piece I had sold was sold at auction. It was an image of a thinker statue holding a cell phone. I called it the hashtagger. And it was all about, society losing substance and, only caring about what's on their phone, all that kind of stuff. So that had sold at auction for $3,500. And that was a large painting. That painting was, another 5 feet by 3.5 feet, 4 feet wide, something like that, and framed really nicely. So it was a really good deal again. And so that one had sold at auction.
And where are we at now?
And now the paintings are selling between, $8,500 to $16,500. So
sold at 16.5.
yes, sold a.
So, and that's an important part. We talk about that more as we go through this video, but we explain why there's that jump in price point and how it works, and it's to do with the platform that you're coming from, combined with the quality of the work as well. So, you're doing a phenomenal job. The show's fantastic. What is next? So you've got this great platform now of a solo show in a prominent New York gallery. What's next?
Well, next I've got, we got the art fairs that I want to try to go down to and sell work through them, because I think that's a great avenue for getting your work in front of buyers that have the means to purchase paintings at really high sums. And then I want to just start doing more murals in more prominent areas, because I feel like the more you get your work out there, it just kind of expands your brand a little bit. So you're able to, again, sell, have the clout behind you to sell work for more money. And then I just want to keep doing studio work. So I want to, I want to do another series and then do another solo show next year. And I want to make my next body of work, even more complex and bigger and greater than the one I just produced.
And your ultimate goal, is it you just want to keep supporting yourself selling paintings? Do you want to be in museums? What is the ultimate goal with your work?
The ultimate goal is definitely museums. Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to be an artist just because I want my work out there and seen by everyone and remembered,
So you want to kind of cement your legacy, your place in art?
Yeah, I want to live forever. So
right on.
That's the ultimate goal. The best way to live forever is to make something that people never forget.
So obviously BD had to overcome some adversity, but that's not the point here. The point is he understood very quickly how to make the art world work for him. He understood very quickly that banging on doors to galleries was a pointless way forward. He understood very quickly that he had to find his own breakout style. He understood very quickly, and the most significant point here, he had to find the right platform. And for him, street art was that first platform. He used it very effectively, as he talked about with the lamppost bases. And then he was able to very cleverly analyze the response to that street art. I think it was very clever of him to use the hashtag of Williamsburg to look to see if people were looking at his work. And Williamsburg, for those that don't know, is a cool artsy place in Brooklyn where BD's work is on the streets. So he took a very smart business analysis approach to it. And that enabled him within 2 years to get a solo show with us in New York City. Now, I think the most important thing to take away from BD is his drive, his ambition, his dedication. He was painting for about 8 months straight for this show, and he didn't sleep for 3 days leading up to the solo show that we did with him. Without that dedication, without that drive, you shouldn't even think about being an artist. And bearing in mind, this guy probably has more adversity to overcome than you guys do. I mean, you've got to take something from that. This is no joke. This is a lifestyle. This is not a job. So that's really what I really want you to take from BD. An amazing story, an amazing artist. And now we're going to look at some more.
So we're here in South Beach in Miami. Miami's become an important part of the art scene, mainly because of Art Basel, which is one of the most important fairs on the planet, which happens here every December. And then we have a district called Wynwood here,
which has grown as this very cool alternative scene and art scene in Miami, which we'll see later on. A couple of artists we're talking to down here. One we're going to see now, Mr. E. I wanted to show Mr. E because it's been phenomenal what he's achieved within a very short space of time. In about 4 years, he's gone from an unknown to kind of superstardom within his kind of audience. Huge now collector base, easily selling pieces for $20,000-$30,000, created an unbelievable lifestyle for himself. A lot of celebrity interaction, a lot of working with brands, with music stars as well, and he's just snowballing right now. It's pretty amazing. He's got one of my favorite studios to see. It's this giant man cave art studio. It's a lot of fun. Now, what also is interesting, I think, about Mr. E, he's based in Delray Beach, which is a few hours north of here, and it's not an art hub of the world. There's not that much going on there. So I just want to show that as much as New York is the center of the world for art and every artist wants to be there, you don't have to be there to make a very, very big impact on the art world. He's now showing worldwide and has an international collector base, even though he's still based in Delray Beach. So this is going to be, as I say, this is going to be a guy that also is interesting because he didn't do it the traditional way. He didn't do it the gallery route. He's carved out this amazing career completely by himself, just with very clever marketing and using whatever platforms he had to hand, especially social media, especially Instagram. So it's a fantastic example of how to really maximize the platforms available to you as an individual. So we're here with Mr. E. Thank you for having us. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time because your story is pretty fantastic. I'm dealing day in, day out with artists, and the path that you've carved by your own gumption and your own sweat and tears and your own kind of just grit is pretty phenomenal. It really is. So I think your story is going to be really valuable here. So when did you start painting and start deciding you were going to try and sell them?
2013.
So what happened? Tell me how it started.
February 14th, 2013, Valentine's Day, I quit my job. I said, I'm not happy. I want to have a purpose in life, and I want to do something that I enjoy doing.
What was your job?
I was working for a marketing company in New York, and I was doing really well at it. But I just didn't like what I was doing. I didn't feel like I was getting any satisfaction out of what I was doing. I just went to work and came home.
And were you painting recreationally on the side? Where did the painting
so I was painting on the side, and that's sort of why I quit my job, was because I would start painting on the side, and I had a couple places where I would show my art locally, and like the cigar bar, and I was painting like portraits of celebrities like Frank Sinatra or JFK or Winston Churchill, like very manly, smoking cigar portraits, like acrylic paint, oil paint, and people would commission me for like $1,500, $2,000. I would paint it in my garage and like thought I was laughing my way to the bank. Like to me it was an easy way to make money because I enjoyed doing it. And then at a certain point, I was like, maybe I could just do this for a living.
So you quit your job and you started to sell a few paintings. So how did you? And that was only, would you say 2013?
2013.
So that's only 4 years ago. So even more unbelievable now that trajectory, that kind of rocket ship trajectory. So what was that step? There must have been a next step to another platform rather than just selling out the gallery.
Yeah. So when I quit my job, and I actually decided to become an artist. I said, okay, if I'm going to do this, I need to structure it like a business, right? And I need to figure out, because at that time I was still sort of like embarrassed about like the idea of being an artist to earn a living. Like I didn't think it was possible to be an artist and have the kind of lifestyle that I always wanted to have. Like I didn't think like, you know, I'm not the person that grows up to become, you know, an Andy Warhol, you know? So I was like, okay, well, I was like, what can I do, right? So I figured I'll have a gallery, right? So I'll hang up all my art. I'll pretend like the gallery is someone else that's sort of backing Mr. E as the artist, and then that'll legitimize it, and it'll grow the brand quicker than if I was gonna go knock on doors of every gallery trying to get them to sell my art, because I knew like you had to separate yourself from the pack, right? So I knew like the traditional route in art takes too long, and I wasn't gonna do that. There was no way. Like I sort of became an artist because I hated that. Like I don't like the way, like there shouldn't be any rules to becoming an artist. There shouldn't be a way, you know? So people used to tell me, oh no, you can't have a gallery and be an artist. Like, oh no, like you know, you're not gonna be able to be an artist and sell your own art. Well, you're not gonna be able to do this. And I said, you know, like, fuck you, watch me, you know? Which was sort of cool, but sort of stupid also, but I learned a lot.
But it's also motivation. That's obviously what that for
Yeah.
rather a lot of guys would listen to that advice and clam up. That just made you stronger and angrier, and obviously that was your motivation.
Yeah, so basically what I did, so my grandfather, right around the same time, I quit my job in February. My grandfather had a stroke, and I was visiting him in the hospital every day, right? Because I had nothing to do. I wasn't in a bad position in life because I had a great job that I had just quit. Like, you know, I had money saved up, and I was like, what am I going to do with my life? And every day I would drive to the hospital, visit him. Every day I would drive by this space right here in Delray off Atlantic Avenue. That was like a white space, 1,000 square feet. And I was like, you know what? It had this like rinky-dink for sale sign. I was for rent. And I'm like, I'm going to go there. I'm going to rent this place. I'm going to make a gallery. And like this was in, you know, this is probably April now, 2013. I said, I'm going to rent it for the summer when nobody else wants it. I'm going to throw a huge party to open up the gallery. And I think I'll be able to make all my money back in the first night. So that's what I did. And I went and I met with the owner of the building. And I told him, I'm like, listen, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know if this is going to be successful. And I'm not really like, you know, like I'm not trying to sell you on myself here. I said, but all I know is you got a space that it's going into the summer in a seasonal town. You're not going to rent it. I said, it's going to sit here empty. Let me take it. I'll sign the lease right now. I'll give you a check. I'll pay you for the whole summer up front, but I'm not paying you what you want. You know, I offered him half of what he was asking. And basically, you know, long story short was he ended up saying, okay. And I had a business for like $10,000. I opened up a gallery under the name Etra Gallery, which I created, and it showcased all of Mr. E's artwork. And the whole idea, like the joke was, it was all, at that point, it was different types of art. So it was like, who did that? It's a mystery. You know, who did that? It's a mystery. So I literally would sell my own artwork, but people didn't even know that I was the artist. So I got all the feedback from everyone. And people would come in and just like, you know, I learned how to interact with them. But what happened was it became a business, you know, like other artists started coming in. I started selling other art on the walls. Then, you know, people like, I was there every day, you know, and I started outgrowing that gallery. So I knew that I needed to make a change to get to the next step that I wanted to get to. You know, could I have a comfortable lifestyle living in Delray Beach for the rest of my life and having, you know, a retail store here? Like, yeah, but that's not what I wanted, you know? That's not why I got into the art business. So I made the move here where we are, the factory, which is a warehouse where I decided I wanted to be able to create and do whatever the hell I wanted under one roof and be able to really expand and grow.
And I mean, you really, really have this place. I visit lots and lots of studios. This is always my favorite place, and I fly a long way to come and visit this place. Always have a good time. Now, we talk about this a lot through the video, and you look at it through history. Artists have breakout style, a breakout style that kind of launches them, and from that platform,
They can kind of do everything else. Everyone knows Warhol for the soup can and the Marilyn. Everyone knows Monet for his water lilies, Koons for his balloon dog, and then from that platform, you'll be able to that launches you, and then you'll be able to, everything else you do has merit. And it's very obvious to see that you were doing very well with the gallery, but then when you took on the factory, and I guess it was about the same time you discovered your breakout style. So tell me about that, because that trajectory from launching your kind of breakout image, that style, I've never seen anything like it. It's pretty phenomenal.
So, I really was painting a lot of portraits for people of celebrities. And my mindset was that if I could get to those celebrities that I was painting, that was going to get me, the fan base and the notoriety that I was looking for in the art. So I did a portrait for the first celebrity I ever did was Flo Rida, and really cool guy. And like embraced it, hangs it in his living room to this day. The portrait I did is like 4 foot wide portrait. I did one for Adam Sandler. I did one for Lionel Richie, and like I tried to make every single one like really unique and very, relatable to their life and personally and their career. And then I did one for Floyd Mayweather, and it was right around the same time that I started creating the first concepts for the money. And I'll never forget being in Las Vegas at his gym and presenting him with the first painting, the portrait of himself, and somebody saying like under their breath sort of like, oh, another painting of himself. And it really resonated with me. Like at first I was annoyed. I was like, fuck's he talking about? Another painting of himself, And I'm like, look at this though. It's so much better than any other painting, right? Because mine was him in his defensive position, not offensive, and like, everyone would do a painting of a boxer knocking someone out. But I did one of what I thought was like, his strongest, attribute, which was his defense. And he loved it. But I realized, I was like, I am never gonna get famous for something that somebody else is famous for, right? So I was like, these celebrities need to start collecting something that represents me. Now, at the time, I started creating the money, and I knew Money Mayweather, he would probably like it. So I showed him a picture of one of the bills on my phone, and he said, no, that's what I want. I saw the excitement in his eye, he loved it. And so he purchased the 2 final colorful bills that were the 7 foot long ones that I had made. And then, that's where the first time where it really clicked, where somebody an icon in the sports world, right, and also just in general, was collecting what I had created, right, because of what I created, not because of him, right? So it wasn't a portrait of him; it was something that identified with me, and that's when it really clicked with me. That's how you get somewhere, right? So basically, long story short, I stopped everything else I was doing and focused on the money, because I realized it was connecting with people in a different way than anything else I'd ever created. And it was something that people had to have instantly. Like they saw it and they just wanted to buy it. And what I noticed with other art, because I had the gallery and I was the one interacting with these people with the sales, was that they, it was always, let me go back to my house, let me measure it, let me take a picture, let me see, this. And when the paintings of the bills, people were just like, I want that, how much is it? They would just buy it. It was like they had to have it. It was like that, they just connected with it instantly. So that caught on very quickly, and I guess the colorful bill that I did caught on quicker than anything, because my mindset was the U.S. currency is very interesting, but at first glance it's very boring. It's black and white. It's not colorful like a lot of the European countries' currency, and it's not made out of plastic. It's not see-through. There's no holograms, right? So why not make it colorful? Make it fun, right? Because the whole concept is money isn't real. So turn it into something that's not everyone takes so seriously and make it something that's fun, that could be appreciated on different levels.
So you elevated your platform from, so the gallery in Delaware you closed and you moved to the factory, and the factory, again, such an impressive studio and an amazing platform to operate from. So how did the world see this new platform? How did you get the word out about the Bennies, about this series you were doing?
So, I mean, the money started catching on while I was in the gallery, right? And so what I started doing was I took every other artist's work out of the gallery. It was just mine, right? Because at the end of the day, like, economically, it didn't make sense either, right? I was selling my stuff. Why would I sell anyone else's if I could sell my own and make twice as much money, right? So I was doing that, but then at night, I was working in the gallery at night on the floor, painting, pouring resin and stuff, and then cleaning it all up, and then in the day trying to sell it. And I realized I'm not gonna get anywhere doing this. I need to go somewhere where I can mass produce. I need to reach people in New York. I need to reach people in LA, in London, in Paris. Like I need to expand, right? So I basically, it was a ballsy move. And most people thought I was crazy because most retail businesses fail, right, in their first year anyway, right? So here I was, I had success, and I was closing the doors, moving to a warehouse that wasn't open to the public and nobody could even come inside, right? But in my mind, I felt like I needed to touch people in a different way, and I used Instagram as a channel to do that. And I moved here, and I started showing what I was doing here and creating more of this is what's happening inside the factory, and you can't really see it unless you follow me on Instagram and follow the journey that I'm on socially, I guess, and through social media, which I felt was more powerful than physically, in a local setting.
Right. Now, so it's interesting. So you've built this brand phenomenally, and you've built a genuine demand and a market for your works. They're selling at higher prices than a lot of the artists on that traditional fine art route, being shown in galleries, waiting 20 years to get a museum show. You've surpassed a lot of them within a few years. And the interesting thing is, which is working so well for you, you're not just taking that money and blowing it, you're taking that money and reinvesting with events like the Gold Basel event you did last year was the biggest single event I've ever seen an artist put on. And I don't know how many people you got through that. It was a few thousand, right?
Yeah, I think 5,000 through the weekend, yeah.
So, and that was a phenomenal art installation / interactive experience / artist party, and it was phenomenal. And it was, and to make a splash during Art Basel in Miami is, if you're not one of the big art fairs, is almost impossible. And you eclipsed a lot of what was going on there. So I'm seeing you reinvest and build the brand and build the career. So what is next? What are you aiming for?
Oof. I don't know if I can talk about it.
Is it a secret? In a general term, doesn't be specifics, but what are you? What's the goal?
A lot of more international push. So Europe. So like in the spring and winter of 2018, I have a couple shows planned in Europe, London, Dubai, and then Asia, which is sort of like I've sold paintings there, but I haven't gone there. So it'll be interesting. This year I'm expanding, across the globe to different places that either do know me or, but are now gonna know me, better, or have no idea who I am. And, now they're gonna have a chance to see, with some shows that are, in different countries I've never even visited.
And then, I think an important point to touch on, because you've carved this path pretty much. And obviously I'm a gallery owner, so I'm normally representing artists and helping them build their kind of career. But you've done it yourself. So and you did it without galleries. So I'm just curious, what's your view on galleries so far? And you don't have to drop anyone in it, but just give me your kind of overview of the galleries you've kind of worked with or spoke to at the moment.
So I guess I could say at the beginning, I started my own gallery because I didn't want to deal with galleries, right? I figured I could do it on my own, right? And I did that. But you can only take that to a certain point, you know, and to me there are, now what's happening as the art world evolves and the art world changes, so is the gallery world. So it's just like music, right? So, you know, all musicians freaked out when Napster came out, but what did it really do? It just disrupted the industry, and they all just adapted and figured out other ways to make money, and I think they're all pretty happy with the way that that turned out, you know, like, I mean, they're making more money than they would have ever made by selling CDs, right? So the art world's sort of the same way, but you can only go so far yourself. You know, you're always gonna need that stamp of approval by the prior generation and the people who made it the way that, you know, the conventional route before you. The people that put the sweat and the work in before you, you know, their opinions really still, you know, the value of that is there, you know. And anyone that thinks it's not, anyone that thinks that they can, you know, take the art world by surprise and stay there, I think they're crazy, you know. So I respect that, you know, conventional route just as much as anyone. I just didn't have the patience to wait for it. Right. But now I've sort of, you know, I've done a lot on my own, and now I can sort of slow down a little bit the way that a poker player plays in a tournament, you know, high speed at the beginning, and then build up your chips, right? And have a bankroll, and then, you know, like, you know, get more tactical and concentrate on more of like a really refined route to get your artwork in the hands of, you know, really established collections, because that's how you survive, and that's how you flourish and grow to, you know, get your paintings from $10,000 to $50,000 to $100,000 to millions of dollars. You know, because I don't think anyone can do that on their own.
Right, that's a good point. So obviously the point of this video is to, and it's a great example you've shown, is to show artists that there are different paths and different ways of doing this, of turning your art into money and being successful. And you're very good at, I mean, you eloquently put kind of a good, strong picture out there, but if I was an artist sitting here now and I'm asking you, as a master of your craft, just tell me, just kind of give me your best advice in one sentence.
Somebody starting from scratch.
Yeah.
You have to, okay, I would say you need to believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody's gonna believe in you. So like, and everyone can see that. So like, you know, like when you're confident in what you're creating, that rubs off on people, and they see that energy, and that's what gets them excited about buying your art, you know? So I would say the first thing is you need to believe in yourself before anyone else will. So like, you know, if I see so many artists that, you know, you meet at like, you know, one of their shows at a gallery or at an art fair or during Art Basel or something, and it's like the first thing they do when they find out like you're an artist, or you make a comment on their paintings like, yeah, you know, I really don't love this one, or, you know, I never got to finish this, or like, it's like they start making all these excuses for why it's not perfect, and they should be doing the complete opposite. You should be like, this is the greatest fucking painting in the world, you know, like this, you know, you're looking at this right now, and like, you're gonna remember this right now, you know, like in 20 years, you're gonna walk into the MoMA, and that's gonna be on the wall, and you're gonna be like, holy shit, I remember meeting the guy that made that. Like, he was crazy. He told me in 20 years I'm gonna see this in the MoMA, you know? And like, that gets people excited, you know? And I try, every single painting that I sell to someone, I let them know, like, I am here to work for them, to not let them down, you know? Because the worst thing I could ever have is, you know, that I dry up and nobody wants to buy my stuff anymore, and I got all these people that spent all this money, and, you know, it's like, to me, like, you know, it's like a letdown, you know? So you want that excitement, even if they're never gonna sell their painting. They might say, oh, you know what? I have no intention of selling it. Yeah, great. But you know what? I'll bet you feel a lot better if you walk down your house, you know, every morning you walk by it and you know it's worth $1 million, you know, versus, oh, I wonder if that guy's alive anymore, you know? So the first thing is, you know, believe in yourself, because nobody else will. The second thing is you have to figure out one thing that you become known for. And that's 100% true. You know, I did it with money, right? I have other friends that do it with other things. And it's like, you can laugh at it. Like, I'm not saying do it for the rest of your life, but you need to become known for one thing.
So Mr. E, in 5 years, has achieved what it takes a lot of artists 20, 30 years to achieve. Selling pieces for 20, 30,000 bucks. He's got this amazing hedonistic kind of artist lifestyle, driving supercars, traveling the world, an amazing studio, navigated the kind of the business of art perfectly. So what did he do? What did he do that was so right? He comes from a marketing and advertising background. That helps, but anyone can get a good grasp of marketing and advertising and branding. It's not that complicated. He understood early on that he needed a platform to show from, that he shouldn't be banging on doors, and he used something that was presented to him, which was the cigar bar. It was an option at the time, and why not? It's a wall. So he had his celebrity portraits on the wall, and the cigar bar started to get some attention and started to sell some pieces. He then realized that he should reinvest. So he reinvested the money from the art into having that little gallery space that he talked about in Delray. At the same time, which is a very important thing here, he made the commitment to go all in. This is the key here. He went all in. He gave up a good paying job to go all in to become a commercial artist. And then he quickly realized that he needed to have a breakout style, that doing these celebrity portraits that were generic, other people were doing, wasn't the way forward. Then he kind of happened upon the money concept and the money direction, and that changed everything for him. But he understood that he needed to have that signature style, that breakout style. He says, obviously, very clearly, that he realized you can't be famous doing what someone's done before you. Then what he managed to do very well is use social media as a platform to show his lifestyle. This is the key. The platform he has now, the factory, that's an amazing space. The lifestyle he has, it's pretty amazing. So what happens when you show that lifestyle and you show that space, you show that powerful platform you're coming from, people take notice. People want to buy into that. People want to buy into you. So when people come to visit his studio, it's a done deal. They see what's going on there. They see the lavish lifestyle and they realize it's successful and they want to buy into that. And also Mr. E has a great direction within letting the guys know, the collectors, that he's in this for the long haul. He's working for them to build himself into something that has value and is historical and has that place in history forever. And then the collectors are going to go along for the ride. And that was very important. And I've never seen anyone build what he's built by themselves. So he is a very important artist to look at. And I want you to look more into Mr. E, which you can find his Instagram platform here.
So we're in Wynwood, which is Miami's arts district. Very cool scene down here. It's a kind of an alternative scene to the South Beach craziness, and it's really built its identity over the last 5 years. And I recommend, if you ever come to Miami, to wander around Wynwood, see all the art on the walls. It is just this kind of street art haven, and every single warehouse, every single building will have a mural by local artists, international artists, and it's just a very, very cool scene. We're going to see Gigi, who has been based down here since he started his career. Came over from Venezuela when he was 11. Pretty phenomenal what he's achieved as an illegal immigrant. Actually, he settled here illegally, couldn't even speak English, built a career, now takes care of his family, and legitimized himself here, and it's a pretty phenomenal story. So it's interesting to show what he's overcome to become an artist, and it's also he did it through without school, without formal education, but just worked out how to navigate the route, get his art out there, use any tools he could to have a platform to show from.
and he's really kind of conquered Miami now and started moving to New York and moving to other cities. But he's really become a very, very well-known, one of the most well-known artists in Miami, actually. So and at 27, it's a phenomenal achievement. So very excited to talk to him, and he's a great example of what we're trying to show in this video about not only are there different routes to becoming a successful artist and creating a career. I'm showing you people that have overcome adversity as well to pursue it. So let's start. When did you start painting?
I would say in my junior or senior year of high school. That's when when painting became a thing. It was like junior year of high school.
And were you painting every day then with a mindset, oh, this is what I want to do for a living, or it was just something you enjoyed?
No, so I always grew up with an encouragement for creativity around me. My parents, even though they didn't know anything about the art world, they didn't know, they were not educated within the art field. It was an encouragement for laughter, creativity, being spontaneous, all that stuff. So I did some theater when I was a kid. I was drawing, but drawing was just like playing toys. You know, it wasn't like, oh, that's potentially something that you can do for the rest of your life. Junior year of high school, that's really when I felt like all the creative ideas just like somehow needed to be drained through sketching and drawing and painting.
And that was when you thought you could make a career out of this, you could support yourself?
No.
When was that?
I went to college at the Art Institute in Miami, did 1 year of graphic design, and that didn't work out because of financial reasons. Also, my immigrant status at the time. So there were a few things that made it really difficult for me to be in school. I stopped, and as I stopped, I noticed that I was selling paintings on the side all the time.
How did that start to happen?
It built from high school. So I was painting shoes for my friends. Then the shoes got a buzz, and I was selling 50 shoes at some point. My room was full of Converse shoes that I was painting, and then I was giving them to my friends, charging them $50 for the shoe, $100 for the shoe and the paint job. So if they brought the shoe, it was $50. If I had to buy the shoe, it was $100 because I needed to buy the shoe. So that scaled to, okay, now I have some money to buy canvas. Let me go buy some canvas and paint this idea that I have in my head. And I just started painting. And then from there, I started selling a few pieces here and there. I was putting up paintings in. My first show was in a cafeteria, like a Cuban gallery / cafeteria that had a bunch of saints, like it was a Santeria gallery. So you had a bunch of landscape paintings, paintings of virgins and shit like that. So that show came because my dad spoke to someone that connected him to that dude and gave me a wall space. So I hung my paintings, invited my friends, and that was my first art show. Now, that translated into seeing how the paintings were selling. And then after I dropped out of college, it was like obvious to me that I could do that.
How much were you selling those paintings for?
Anywhere from $150 to $500. $1,000, like the most expensive ones.
And then you were 19 then?
I was 21.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Yeah, 19. When I was 19, I was selling pieces at the 500 price range, for sure. Then it started scaling up from there. But
Okay.
yeah.
So after that show, that your first show, what happened then?
I just did more of those. I said, cool, in order for me to sell more, and in order for me to show more and share this more, all I need is a wall. All I need is a space where people go and pass by and see it. Obviously, this wall can be in my house, because if it's in my house, only my family is going to see it. So I have to show it to where people are passing by. So I was looking for walls. Anywhere that I was finding wall spaces, then the dude across the street owned a club, and I just put some paintings on like a part of the club, and it was also this Cuban. As you can see, I'm very much influenced by the whole Cuban and tropical vibes here. But so the other guy also gave me some wall space, put the paintings up there, same deal. And then it just like grew from like that. Anywhere that I could find a wall space. And
When you say wall space, you mean outdoor for a mural? Outdoor wall space?
No,
or wall space
indoors.
Okay.
Indoor for to mimic or to to mimic the gallery format. I knew that paintings were sold in galleries, and the equivalent of that for me at that point was, I saw the space. My mind went, okay, well, what's in the gallery? Walls. How do they hang the paintings in the walls? And where can I do the same? Or where can I imitate that? And that was a math. It was like, I need to find walls so I can showcase this, and hopefully sell some paintings from there. I'll put some tags next to it, the same way that I saw it in galleries. I started doing it that way with wall spaces, or people that were kind enough to let me use their space to showcase my shit.
Okay. And then I first found you, I think it was 2011, 12?
Yeah.
And that was a mural that I saw.
Yeah.
And so tell me how that came to pass, because that was an important part of your evolution.
For me, the outlet was, what do I see around me that is something that I appreciate, and at the same time that inspired me. Street art. That was the first jump for me within the art world. That was like, I started understanding everything about it. I researched the artists, the people within that world, and I noticed this incredible platform that was everywhere around us, which were exterior walls, or just street, just anything. So my brain started working within that framework, which was, holy shit, now I'm not just limited to the one wall inside this one space. I have the entire world to play with. And then I started doing murals.
So how did you get your first mural?
I asked for a wall. By that point, I was showcasing at a, what do you call these galleries that charge for? Vanity galleries, that's what they call this.
Pay to play, yeah.
Vanity galleries. So I asked the dude that was running the gallery, or that is running the gallery, because they still are around. I was like, yo, can I paint this outside wall? I'll put the supplies, I'll rent the scaffold, I'll bring the people, just let me have this wall, I'll paint something here. Cool, show me a render, and then we'll go from there. Love it, approved, done, start. Bought the supplies, rented the scaffold, hit up 2 homies of mine, and we started painting that thing. No fucking clue of scale. First time I do a wall of that size, but it felt natural. It felt natural for me to just like, instead of doing the imagery at this scale or at this scale or at this scale, to do it at a scale that was 6 times my height. So it was natural, and that's how I started. And then from that, I learned that, shit, this thing is not only a great piece of artwork that other people are enjoying and that I feel so proud of, it's a fucking billboard. I just did more of those.
So now using those murals as billboards, what did that get you?
Exposure. So that's how you were able to see the work.
And it's obviously worked well for you. Now you're how old are you now?
I am 27.
Okay, so you've been, so really your career, 19, 20, you started realizing you could make money from the painting. So
Yep.
it's been a 7-year career. You've achieved a hell of a lot in that time. And you support yourself, and
Thank
I know
you,
that
man.
you're helping out your family now. That's a story I want to touch on briefly. How old were you when you came here?
I was 11 years old when I came here with my mom and 2 younger brothers.
Do you know why there was a decision to, just for obviously Venezuela, we haven't touched on that yet, but do you know why the decision to leave Venezuela?
Yeah, so obviously I was born in Venezuela. Political and financial reasons, opportunities.
So you had obstacles to overcome, and you alluded to it a little bit when you were at college. You couldn't finish because you weren't legal, right?
Correct. Yeah, I was an undocumented immigrant.
And now, I mean, through your own path,
Yep.
you've managed to. Now you are documented. Now you're helping your family, and it's an amazing story as just from a human interest perspective and overcoming adversity. And that's why I wanted to show you. It's phenomenal as an art career by itself, but the fact of what you've overcome and where you've come from makes it even more impressive and poignant. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Yeah,
So-
man. I think that you either do or you don't, and everyone is going through something. And I don't know. I don't think what I went through was the shittiest thing. It was the shittiest thing for me. But I'm sure there's people that are going through worse things than what I went through.
Right.
But you just like pick, you have your battles and you either lose or you win.
Right.
I need to take action and see results if I have the opportunities. So
as you've grown, and I know that you didn't go to school for that long, but you're a student of life, and you study and you read all the time, and
For
you
sure.
come
Yep.
to visit me in New York a lot, and you're always studying, reading and absorbing whatever
I'm
you
absorbing.
can.
Yeah, I'm a sponge all the time.
So that
Yeah.
helps you grow, and like you said, reflected in your work.
Yep.
So you've built a platform now to a point where you're able to do other things from that platform, from that brand.
Yep.
Which is, and like you said, it was through evolution. It wasn't deliberate. You just grew, everything grew, the brand grew, you grew, and then you realized other opportunities from that platform. So let's talk about a few of those directions that you're going in now.
Right. So one of the big learning opportunities was going to New York, doing doing shows there with you at Castle Fitzjohn's, and doing the residency that we did at the this was like 3 years ago, for 4 months or 3 or 4 months that I was there, immersing myself in the art world at the highest level of the art world, understanding everything there and wanting to be a participant in that world. Seeing works of Damien Hirst, Lucian Smith, going to these galleries that I was so inspired from, and seeing the work on the walls, and just like wow, just wanting to be there. Understanding, going to museums and understanding the value of museum and the impact that they bring to culture and to people. That triggered an immediate need and impatient action of creating conceptual body of works, which led to a downfall of everything else that I was doing.
Right.
Because being so impatient that and not understanding the logical or the step by step of growth as an artist led to that. So I kind of like dropped everything that I was doing and just decided to create art that was on a more conceptual framework, without any proper understanding that there's more to it. You can't just like create it. And for anyone that thinks that just creating the art is it, and you are, and then things are just gonna happen. You're in deep shit, and and you're not gonna make anything happen. There is so much more to it. That's just the beginning. The art is the fun part, and just the beginning. There's like so much more to it that needs to be learned.
Right.
So that happened to me. Went into creating conceptual body of works. I did like 2 or 3 series within that framework, which 2 or 3 series mean an entire year of working hard, not making any money from it, not seeing the downfall of that. Obviously, that led me to take a step back and say, well, you're doing something wrong here. Read and study more, dumbass. Don't just do this thing the way that you're doing it. So that led to learning.
Right.
Learning patience, learning how to leverage the network that I had created, leverage the brand that I had created, understanding my network, and through the whole thing, I learned so much about concept. I learned so much about where I wanted to take my ideas. But the one variable that plays within all these very successful artists that I admire so much, on a conceptual and a commercial level, was the financial backup that they had. Whether it was from mom and daddy that had money, or whether it was from a 9-to-5 that they were doing, or whether it was from, there was something that was allowing them to take a step back, go to the studio, and freely create what they wanted to create, and build it with time. So I said to myself, well, I'm gonna there's 2 options that I have. One is to get a 9-to-5 and work my ass off, and then just at 5 p.m. go back to my studio and paint and build this thing. Or somehow, somewhere, I started seeing my brain working within the entrepreneurship side of things. Mm-hmm. And I've always been a hustler. I sold my paintings from the beginning. With the help of my dad. I was selling chocolates to my friends in high school to buy shoes, to buy that, I had a thing for, I understood the value of business and making money for the purpose of creating. If I wanted to see my ideas be out there, I needed money for that. And I needed, well, why not build some businesses around it that can help me propel this thing and just create more shit. So that was the thought process. And then I have these 2 options in front of me. I said, the 9-to-5 is pretty accessible. I'm already a resident of, a United States resident. So I can get a job. Mm-hmm. I can literally go right now and get a job. The hardest thing is to build some businesses. But the difference in the 2 of them is that if I build these businesses, those businesses can live for longer, and they're gonna be giving me what I want for the rest of my life. The 9-to-5, the day I quit, it's gone, and I'm back to a vulnerable place or an unstable place in my art.
Okay, so you decided then to build a business.
So I started to build
have
businesses.
A platform to then pursue that fine art direction you wanted to go, that you needed financial backing.
Exactly. From that, as every good entrepreneur, I built a lot of shit, and not a lot of them didn't work. One of them was unconventional, which is the thing that worked. Unconventional is an interactive mural company that works and partners with big brands and nonprofits to create murals in an interactive way, allowing multiple people to engage into the painting process.
And that business is taken off. That gives you the platform then to pursue the fine art projects that you want to do. So where's that going to take you? What's next? What's the goal?
Yeah, so Unconventional now has given me that comfort zone that I can come back to the studio and be strategic, be patient, have time, and build and paint whatever the fuck I want. Where it's going, I'm doing that. I'm building. I am creating bodies of work that I'm passionate about, that speak to myself, that speak to other people, that I don't have to rush. And that's where I'm at. It's giving me that, that freedom of creating.
And so the next step then, you create bodies of work for shows, and then you want to elevate yourself to what you've seen, say, in New York, where you saw the big guys in the big galleries and in the museums. That's the
yeah. I think.
goal.
Here's the thing: galleries are cool because they have cool networks. Museums are dope because museums impact culture. So, like for me, the gallery world there is still a place that I'm learning more about. And as you know, we just had a conversation before this interview, and I'm learning still within that that field. I have great connections with galleries. I have galleries in the emerging gallery world, mid-level galleries that are supportive of my art. So I know that I can go that route. But it's something that I want to learn more about and see if that's actually something that I want to pursue, or there's something else that it's off the beaten path that's probably going to be harder to make it happen, but it might be worth the long run there.
And it's something that's been alluded to by a few other guys within this video. There isn't just one path, and that was the whole point of this video. Each artist is on a different path in a different direction.
Right.
And there are other ways, and there is the ability now as an artist, as you've done, to find a way to get access to the audience. You don't need to go through the gallery who has the keys to the kingdom anymore. You can find the audience, and there's different methods for that. And I'm sure that's what you're alluding to.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's I know that the gallery route it works, and there is a very specific, and there's a formula there that works. I don't know if it's for me.
So you're going to find yourself an unconventional path.
Shit's unconventional the whole way through, man. So.
Right on.
No, thank you. I mean, you have been one of those people that has helped this happen all the way through. I mean, if I were to put it in a percentage, from my mentors, you have like a 70% mentorship influence in me.
Fantastic. So when you make $100 million, 70% of it is mine.
Or,
that's awesome.
I mean, the same way. Hopefully, I have some.
That's a good point. If you've made 100 million, it means I've made 101.
So what did we learn from Gigi? He's become one of the most successful artists in Miami. And what's interesting to me was what was at stake for him to get there. He chose a path of selling artwork to make a living, knowing that that path he chose was the path for him to make it in this country. He was undocumented, he didn't have an education, he couldn't speak English when he came here at 11, and that's the path he chose, the artist path, to get himself legitimate. Now, most of you are not going to have that much at stake, but what's important to take from this is that if you're all in, you're all in. And he was all in for a good reason. And it's worked, and now he's not only cemented himself with a position in this country, but also cemented the citizenship of his family. And That drive, that dedication, that all-in spirit is a big part of what helped. But let's look at kind of the mechanics of it, of what he did. Pay close attention here. Remember, Gigi spoke about when he was just 19 years old, and he's selling shoes to his friends. He's painting shoes for $50 and selling them to his friends. Whoever you are, you can start being creative and use your immediate audience, your friends, your family, to see if you've got something there. And at $50 a pop, who's not going to pay that for a cool pair of shoes? So great bit of market research right off the bat, and he got a response to it and realized he had something. Then what did he do? He reinvested. He took that money from those shoes and he bought canvases. And then from those canvases, he sold those for a few $100. And then what did he do? He reinvested. He took that money from those canvases, got himself an art studio, and then elevated his platform. Now, an interesting thing that Gigi did at that stage when he was about 21, he actually paid to show in a gallery. There are a few galleries around like that where you pay for wall space, you rent wall space. It's not a bad thing as a way to get your artwork out there for the first time, which worked well for Gigi. But you've got to remember that those galleries don't give you third-party validation because everyone knows that you can pay to go into that gallery. But for Gigi, it worked. It was an elevated platform that got him out there. And a lot of opportunities came from that elevated platform. Another interesting thing to take from Gigi is his level of creativity. He has an idea pretty much every day that he wants to paint, that he wants to put down. He is painting and creating from when he wakes up to when he goes to sleep. And he has books and books of ideas and things ready to go. It may not be for this week, it may not be for next month, but at some point he'll get to that project. And with these creative outlets, he worked out ways to use it in different environments, to use it for design, to use it for illustration, to use it for a new business which was unconventional, which he mentioned. And one of the final things I want you to think about with Gigi, murals. He realized that outdoor wall space was a perfect tool to use to reach an audience. Nothing new. Big corporations, big companies have been doing it for years and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, to have a billboard, to reach foot traffic, to reach vehicle traffic. So Gigi realized very quickly that if he could get those walls and get that outdoor platform, he would reach a lot of people, and it worked phenomenally for him. So now let's look at some other artists that are pretty phenomenal. So we're going to see Angela, aka Gumshoe. She's been painting for about 5 years professionally. Phenomenal painter, stylistically a lot of figurative work, and she decided that the best way to get her work out there for the public to see was to do murals. Murals in prominent places, working with building owners, and where kind of you have great foot traffic, great vehicle traffic, where people would pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for billboards, she has her artwork. And that was a phenomenal start for her to get people to come to her, interested in her, start commissioning similar images of what were on the murals, and it really took off from there. So again, a great example of how to carve your own path, create your own platform, and then the people come to you. And she's worked with quite a few galleries now, and done quite a few art fairs, and she's doing a great job selling pieces easily at $20,000, supporting herself and doing well. And so she's again a great example of how to build that platform. Kind of you build it and they will come.
Yeah, we're in Barbados. Listen to the wind blow. Yeah. Come on. Diva. Look at the water. It's so clean.
Diva, I'm the star they know. Haters hate my clique and my large payroll. And cars they roll. The fits we
So we're
wear.
here
Drinks
in
we
Bushwick with Angela, aka Gumshoe, and Pablo. This is Pablo. Angela, thank you for taking the time out to talk to us. So we want to talk to you about your career, how you've become a very successful artist in such a competitive environment. New York is the center of the world for art. Every artist wants to be here, and you've made it. You are making it. So when did you start painting?
I started painting when I was 23 in Florida. I was living in Florida, and I started painting as a child. In like second grade, my art teacher could tell that I really liked it, and so she told my mom, and I signed up for classes like after school. I would go every Tuesday, and I would paint for, I don't know, an hour or two at this like private art studio. And I started with like pencils and charcoal and pastel, and then watercolor, and then oil paint. So I never used acrylic paint. And so then when I was like a teenager, I stopped painting, and I didn't paint again. Like I forgot. I mean, I was like good in high school, and I liked it, but it wasn't something I wanted to do in my free time. I was doing other things.
I've seen that a lot, and I think everyone can relate to that, because you get distracted in your teens, right? You're going out, things are happening, you're growing up, you're discovering things, and then So what brought you back to painting?
I was about 23, and I was really lost. I continued to be lost for a while, but I was really lost at the time. I was in Miami, and I found my mom moved out of her house, and she sent me everything from my bedroom, and my paint was there, and I took it out one day and I started painting. And
why did you start painting? Was it therapeutic?
Yeah.
Did you think, I want to make a career out of this, or it was just
Oh no, it was therapeutic, and I wanted to see if I could still do it. And it was like when I did it, I actually picked like a really complicated picture to paint, and it was like it just came out of me like really naturally. It was like even though I hadn't painted since I was like 13 or 14, I got better. Like I was painting more maturely, you know. So and then I never stopped. And then I turned my living room into a studio. Actually, not consciously, but you know, my living room turned into a studio. I've always had I've never really had a real living room until now, because now I have a real studio.
Cool. So from starting to paint seriously at 23, when did you sell your first painting?
26 or 27. I was in a bar, and I was like, I don't know, talking to somebody, and I was like, look what I did today, you know, and they were like, oh wow, and they asked me how much it was, and I was like, it's not for sale, like I just painted it, you know. And I thought that was interesting, and I still didn't think about selling my art. And then I had a boyfriend, and he was like a businessman, and he wanted me to sell my art, and the more he told me to sell it, the more I didn't want to do it. And we were living in Soho, and he didn't know anything about art either, but he saw, you know, there's all the street vendors down there, and he would always be like, go do it, go do it. And I never wanted to. And then we broke up, and then I was like, oh, now I need to get a job, right? But I didn't want to get a job. So I went out and I sold my work on the street in Soho. And like a couple of months later, my dad gave me a van, because he was like selling his company, and he had like all these vans, and he gave me a van, and I was like a street vendor.
So you just set up there on Prince and Broadway?
Yeah, I had to get a tax ID.
Okay.
But what happened was, I didn't want to go out there without being able to take credit card payment. So I went out there, and I asked one of the guys on the corner, like, how do you do that? And because I didn't know anything. All I knew was how to paint, and that I had some paintings. And then he like took me under his wing, and then he showed me how to like print my paintings on dye bond or wood or whatever, and build frames for them. So we would like go to Home Depot, and then there was like, we had a relationship with a printer, so we would print like, that piece back there is one of those, was one of the prints. We would take a 4x8 sheet of plywood and print however many pictures on it, like of my paintings. The goal was like to make $1,500 off a $10 sheet of plywood, right? So like I would maybe do like 3 bigger pieces for $500 each, you know, and like this is the stuff that people are buying on the street, and then I do like smaller ones for like, I don't know, 60 or 100 or whatever, and that's the stuff that the tourists, you know, they can put it in their suitcase, and they want to buy that stuff because they want to take something home from New York, you know. So it was a cool little business I had going on, and I don't know, and I met a ton of people. I met everybody, and I was there like at 7 o'clock in the morning, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I would get the corner spot, and all the other like old alcoholic artists would get out there like later, and they would get mad at me because I had like the corner, and I had only been there for a little bit, and I showed up with like my van, like I was all in, right? I really liked it. I had fun. It was really fun.
So when you say you're all in, this was it, right? This is how you paid your rent, this is how you bought food, this is all you had, this was your livelihood.
Yeah. I was like somehow making
And you didn't know
enough
whether it would
money.
work, you just you went balls to the wall and said, this is how I'm going to make a living.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would get lucky enough. Some days I wouldn't sell anything, and some days I would sell like $1,000 worth of stuff or whatever, you know, maybe more. So.
And how much were you selling pieces for then?
Between $60 and $600, but they were all prints. And then the original paintings, I had an apartment around the corner, so if anybody wanted an original painting, I would like take them to my apartment and they could see my real artwork. And I ended up selling, like, this one guy came, and I mean, he bought a lot. He bought like $20,000 worth of art.
When you were selling paintings on the street, what were the images of?
The images were a lot of Marilyn Monroe, sort of what everybody else was selling out there, because I still had no idea who I was as an artist. I had done that one painting of the ruby red slippers and the gum, but that one didn't print as well because the other ones were grayscale, so they printed nice with high contrast, and I would add like a touch of red, and you know, I was inspired by pop art. That's what sells. Like,
so no one had seen that. The only person really shown it to was that person in the bar back in Miami who did want to buy it, but you didn't want to sell it.
Right. No, that was in New York. That bar in Miami was in New York, but yeah, nobody. That was not what I was selling on the street, and so at the same time, I met Adam Dare. Do you know who Adam Dare is? So I really wanted to do street art, and I met Adam Dare, and I was like, teach me how to do street art, and he was like, well, you're gonna need a thing. And I was like, I know exactly what I'll use. So I went home and I put that painting of the stockings and the ruby red slippers in Photoshop. I cropped out the background, I made it black and white, and I printed on paper black and white images of it, and then I would take red and I would, you know, red marker and highlight like what I wanted, and it would be like red, white, and black, and it was poppy, and it also matched the stuff that I was selling on the street, because the stuff that I was selling on the street was red, white, and black. It all kind of fit together. Anyway, I took these posters and I started gluing them up all over the street. So I was doing street art, and people really liked the image, and they thought I was a guy at first. Like, I don't know, I started an Instagram page, and I started to get followers, and people started taking pictures of my stuff and tagging me. I don't know if I came up with the name Gumshoe or other people did. It just kind of came out of, it just sort of worked, because like that's sort of what you thought when you looked at the image. And so people like loved it, and I was getting like noticed for it, and then I was also on the street with my art on Thursday through Sunday. And did I have that image out there? Not really. I didn't have that image on the street because I was too scared to like promote that I was the person doing that. You know what I mean? Because street art's illegal. So I wasn't. So on the corner of West Broadway and Prince, I was selling mainly Marilyn Monroe. I had done this other painting of like some liquor bottles, basically everything like my ex-boyfriend gave me, like very like typical basic stuff to paint, and I did that because I didn't know what else to do.
Because you thought that would sell.
Yeah, and I put Marilyn Monroe in front of like some Louis Vuitton symbols, and then like in one of them I wrote Chanel in the background, you know. And so, but it did sell, you know, it did, and it worked. And then one day I went home and I switched up my striped stockings for like a more pop, sexier version of Gumshoe, which is where the Gumshoe painting came from. And it was still like very faded colors, like really pale skin, but the shoes were black and the red on the bottom popped. And I chose Louboutins because it's like wearable art, it's recognizable. From the second you see it, you know how expensive the shoes are, and then she's stepping in a piece of gum. So the original painting was about a lost girl, like Dorothy stuck on the yellow brick road at a fork in the road. When I redid it, it was more about like materialism, consumerism, like that, and then like just, well, my artist statement is like, you know, talking about the ideal woman and like society's standards of like what we're supposed to be, and like then that's not attainable. You know what I mean? So that's like what the gum stands for. Anyway, so I came up with that image. I sort of modernized the Dorothy painting, and I put it on the street and I sold it. And then somebody came back and they were like, "Did you sell that painting?" And I was like, "No." I went home and I painted it again and I sold it, and then that happened like again. And I knew obviously that I had something. And also I was making prints of it, and the little prints were selling. So whoever has those little prints, like that, like they're like I don't even have any of those original ones that I did on wood that are like hand framed, and I don't know, I just think that they're like awesome. But so yeah, I knew I had something, and then I did it really big. I did it 6 feet tall.
As a painting?
Yeah, as an oil painting. And
where did you show that?
I had all this stuff on the street, but then I did a show too. Because I was on the street and I was in the middle of everything, and I put myself out there. I mean, it was harsh. People were mean. People would criticize me. People, you know, but people were also really nice and telling me how talented I was. So, you know, it was. I definitely probably cried a lot, and you know, it was. I don't know, it was not like, it wasn't all smooth sailing, but I don't know, I kept doing it because I didn't really have any other option, and I sort of liked it. Still though, I didn't really understand the true art world, but Adam Dare, he took me out, and not only did he take me out to do street art, but like he introduced me to people, and he like we went to art shows, and you know, that's a huge part of being in the art world, and that's like a huge benefit of being in New York, is like being out and knowing people. Like now I go to shows and like everybody knows who I am, and I think it's like so fun.
Because you kept putting yourself out there, going to shows, being introduced to people, going with Adam.
Right. And then also, like, you know, we made stickers and handed them out and like whatever. And personally, I wanted more than to be in the street art shows and selling my work on the street. I got to a point where I'm an oil painter, and I wanted like prestigious galleries. And I'm still working my way to where I want to be, but like, I sort of...
Well, you don't sell your work on the street now, so what changed?
So, okay, so I was selling the little pieces, and then I think I made 3 big ones, 3 6-foot paintings. And at the same time, I also did a show. So I had done my first show too, which was pretty cool.
That was a gallery show?
It was in a nightclub.
Okay, how did that
And it
happen?
was Fashion Week. And
How did that come around?
a photographer from the street who liked my work knew a girl who knew a guy who was looking for an artist, and she asked him, and he thought of me, and then I called the guy, and I ended up in the show. So I had already, so previous to that show, now I remember, previous to that show, I had done 3 tall paintings, and I sold them, and I sold them all for $2,000 or $2,500, and I can remember literally, I don't know, I must not have had my van at the time, because I remember carrying a 6-foot painting from Soho to Tribeca to deliver it to this woman's loft, and it was windy, and I was like, and I carried it down the street. But so I was selling them for like $2,500, but I was telling people that I was selling them for $5,000. I don't know why, but then I was telling this guy, you know, the story, and I was telling him of my vision, and I wanted to have this show, and you were gonna, I was telling him like all about what the show was gonna be, and then you were gonna get to the back, and it was gonna be like all legs, and I was gonna have like 5 huge 6-foot pairs of legs, and it was gonna be amazing. And I had already told him that they were $5,000 each, and then he was like, I want that. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, I want those paintings. And I was like, you want all of them? And he was like, yeah. I think he said he wanted all 5. I think he only bought, I only ended up doing 3, because then I did those 3 paintings, I showed them in my show, and he bought them.
So I'm working out a time frame. So it's taken you 5 years from when you decided at 23 to start painting, that you love painting, then you realized that further down the road that, well, maybe I could make some money from this, and had the balls to just start doing it on the streets with selling the paintings. So you went from deciding you could kind of make a living from an art, you wanted to make a living, to making it work, to selling on the streets, to moving up the ladder. So in the space of a few years, you've now become probably one of the most famous female street artists in New York, and one of the most famous street artists as well, regardless, with this gumshoe moniker, and the famous kind of breakout image, which is obviously the legs. So where do you go from here? Where do you want to go? Because you've achieved a lot. What's next?
That's a good question. Well, I'm going back to school.
Okay. And what school are you going to?
I'm going to the New York Academy of Arts. I am going for a master's. I never got a bachelor's. I'm skipping undergrad. And because, I have taken classes, and I've taken a lot of continuing education classes, and with my resume and everything,
But you never went to school for art. You're deciding now to do the MFA. So why are you deciding now to do that?
Staying relevant, you need to produce artwork, right? And I'm still very slow, because my process has a lot of trial and error, because I'm self-taught. And every time I need to learn something new, I need to learn it, and it takes time. So being around professors and other people who are educated and know the classical techniques, and like the techniques that people have been using forever, that I eventually come across them, but I have to figure it out.
So you've got yourself to the point now where you've decided you're successful commercially, you're selling work, you're supporting yourself, and you're now going to put yourself through art school, and you already got accepted for an MFA at New York Academy of Art, which is pretty phenomenal. It shows a level of dedication to you as an artist, because this is now your way of life. Do you ever see yourself doing anything other than being an artist?
No.
So this is what you've dedicated your life to.
Right.
And to go back to school and kind of further and hone your skills is it's pretty amazing, especially to have the balls to go back and try that halfway through your career.
I'm terrified.
It's pretty phenomenal. But you're doing it for the right reasons. And it's interesting. So you are known as a street artist. Now that term gets thrown around loosely.
it used to, people associate street art and graffiti, and I like to kind of make the difference is you're a mural artist, and you're generally, the murals you're doing now are paid for by businesses, and they like to have you on the side of their bars in Manhattan or buildings in Brooklyn, because now your image is that well known. I mean, we walked by a mural today, and we just happened to get there just as an art tour was stopping to take pictures of your mural. So there are thousands of people a day just want to see your artwork around the city, and that has value then now to say an advertiser, someone that owns the building or owns the business, because you're going to bring them a lot of audience. So it's interesting to me that so coming from that kind of that mindful vandalism type street art to start with, just putting the image out there, to a legitimate mural artist, to then going to do an MFA at one of the finest academic institutions in New York. It's such a contrast. It really just shows that you can just carve out your own path in the art world if you have the balls to do it, which is impressive. Now, one thing I want to touch on as it shouldn't be, but for some reason the art world is a man's world. Most of the famous artists you look back through history are men, and it really only kind of happened in the kind of late 19th, early 20th century that you had some female artists that managed to get their place in history books. As a female artist in New York, tell me about your experiences. Is it any harder, do you think? Is it tougher to get along? Is it a man's world? What are your experiences from a female perspective?
Like, okay, first of all, being a woman has its benefits as well as its disadvantages. So sometimes it's easier to get in the door. But, I mean, I've seen, like, guys in the art world move through it easier because, I don't know, because they're guys and they, like, become buddy-buddy and, like, whatever. And then sometimes, as a woman, like, you're only invited in for ulterior motives, which sucks. But like I said, like, sometimes that works in your benefit, and then you can twist it around to make it work for you. So, you know, yes and no.
Well, there is no reason at all for art to be gender specific, and it only really comes from social restrictions, because it's only really in the past we've had a very misogynistic society where women have their role and that's it. So there hasn't been the opportunity for women to be artists throughout history. Obviously that's changed in the 20th century, not really until the latter part of the 20th century. So we're seeing more female artists come up through the rank. But do you feel that we need to see more? I
mean, I guess we need to continue to inspire future generations. We have to start doing it, you know? But I think obviously we're going to, because women are equal to men, and like we live in a world where everybody knows that. And well, yeah, it's a funny world. I know, right? When I see a young female artist, I want to help her. When I see any female, like I want to, especially like any lost girl, like I want to help her because I see myself in her, which is probably why I see some guys move through the world faster or sort of different than me, because the world is all men right now, and they see these young guys and they see themselves in them when they see me and they don't have anything to relate to me, you know? Does that make sense? So like they want to take this guy under their wing and help them out, and then there's not like a lot of women who are there to be my mentor, you know? So for me, like when I see a young girl, like I want to mentor her, like I want to help her. And so once there's more women to be mentors, then there's going to be more mentees.
So you've been in quite a few major art fairs. You've shown in galleries all over the country. How do those shows come about? Because you probably had 10 or more gallery shows.
Yeah.
You've shown in 3 or 4 different major art fairs.
I certainly don't look for them. They ask me, or like an artist that I know has an opportunity and they ask me, or even artists that I don't know who just like my work, have invited me to be in shows, and it's all through my friends. So you are who you hang out with, sort of. That's how it's worked for me. Being introduced through, like, any art dealer that I've worked with works with another artist, you know? I mean, also Instagram is great.
Instagram, when you say Instagram is great, what do you mean by that?
I mean, it's really good exposure. It's like that thing we were talking about earlier, when somebody sees my work here and they see it here, and then they see it on somebody who they know's Instagram page, and, you know, and then they can find my website. Like, personally, because I've been my own gallery, and I've done all the work that a gallery does for an artist. Like, a good gallery does a lot for an artist, and if you don't have that gallery relationship, then you have to do all that by yourself. Like, when I was on the street, I was doing all, like, promo material and all this, like, there's a lot of work besides painting that goes into an art career, and I've done all that for myself, and I understand the value in splitting the percentage of the painting with someone else.
That is the promoter,
right?
The brander, the platform. So you create and they sell it, basically.
Right.
If you're trying to do it all yourself, it's tough.
Right. It's very time consuming.
For these young female artists and up and coming female artists, what advice do you have as a successful female artist in New York?
What advice do I have? I would say you have to paint every day. You should probably move to New York City, because this is where it's happening, and you need to be in the scene in order for people to remember you, and to fake it till you make it.
So what do we take from Angela? Something very important that I want you to note. She started selling artwork on a street corner. As we talked about earlier in the video, Prince and West Broadway in Manhattan is a popular spot for artists to sell their work on the street. And there are artists who have been selling their work on that street corner for probably 10, 20 years. But Angela used that platform effectively as a springboard. And from that platform, she spent maybe a couple of months doing it. She was able to then springboard into the next level, the next platform, working her way up that kind of art world hierarchy. But the point to take away is she used what platform she thought would work for her, realizing that knocking on the gallery door wasn't the way. Having a platform to kind of build it and they will come scenario was the best way, and it worked for her. Something else to take away. She realized also earlier on that networking was very important. So she went to gallery openings, talked to artists, worked with artists, did whatever she could to immerse herself in the scene. And that was a critical part in then her being able to find opportunities that opened up to her. Another very, very crucial thing about Angela to pay attention to, murals. We looked at some of her murals around the streets. She got herself into positions where those murals became a draw for the business. So now your gumshoe artwork, which is obviously Angela's street art name, you have a big following. I have a cool bar. I want to put your mural on the side of my bar because I know that I'm going to attract an audience to see the mural and probably attract that audience inside. One of the murals we stopped at, just as we got there was actually a street art tour, and there was a group of people there just to see her mural on the street art tour. So if you can get to a point where you have value as a mural artist, you can take that to a business and say, look, I have this following. If we put this mural on the side of your bar and your restaurant, you're going to attract my following. That's powerful, and that's something to take note of. And again, that's a direction that's not that traditional gallery route, but these guys are using very clever marketing, branding, advertising exercises to get an audience to their work. Another thing with Angela, obviously, is the breakout style. That Louboutin with the legs is something that's known across New York now. She found that breakout style, which now elevates her to a level where she can do anything from the platform she's created from that breakout style. Absolutely phenomenal job. Now,
Angela is, and she alluded to it herself, she's a female artist in a man's world. And it's tough. Traditionally, the art world has been a man's world, and it can make it a little bit more difficult to navigate being a female. Times are changing, which is good. And what I like about Angela, she's there to be a role model. So if there are any female artists watching this that have found it difficult to navigate and kind of get a foot in the door, look at Angela's site, which is here. Reach out to her. She said she'd be happy to help kind of young up and coming women that want to get into the scene. And it's important. I mean, art is one of the things that really, in any creative industry, that should have no boundaries. It doesn't matter who you are, where you came from, what sex you are, what you look like. It's about the work. It's about what you create. Who's behind it really doesn't matter. Now, let's look at some other artists that exemplify that.
So we're going over to Brooklyn. Brooklyn is epicenter of artist studios in New York, guys that are trying to break into the New York market or successful in the New York market. Manhattan is way too expensive for artists to have studios generally, so Brooklyn is where they're all at. Wisby, who we're going to see, I've been working with for about 3 years. Phenomenal job that he's done in a very short space of time. And he's a great example I want to show about a breakout image or a breakout style. So if you look back through history, a lot of artists were trying different things, and then all of a sudden they had this style that they're now known for, that was their kind of breakout style or a breakout subject matter. And from that success, from that one image or that single subject matter, they're able to do anything from that platform. And Wisby's done a fantastic job of that with this signature Vandal gummy image, which you'll see. Another interesting thing about Wisby is, like a few of the guys in this video, he has overcome a certain amount of adversity as well. A few problems with the law and addiction when he was younger, managed to get himself on the right path, and now is a very successful, dedicated, ambitious, driven guy who's phenomenally successful. I mean, we're selling pieces up to $50,000 now. So he's a fantastic example of how to rise through the ranks. And as well, important point with Wisby, he did it mostly himself to start with, to get on my radar, for example, through using the streets as his marketing canvas, and also then a great job of making sure he was tagged on social media when people saw these images on the streets. Cut. So Wisby,
that's me.
Thank you for having us. So tell me when you first started painting.
I first started painting probably when I was like 8 or 9 years old in school. Pretty low key, was more into drawing, illustrative work, kind of graffiti style, I guess, like lettering, just as, you know.
As all kids do.
Kids, you know, first expressions, like nothing revolutionary, you know, just how I would connect with pen to paper.
There's a lot of, you look at Picasso's paintings and drawings of when he was 6 years old, and even Dali as well. There's some genius there. So maybe we'll look back at your 9-year-old drawings at one point and go, holy shit, he was good.
I'll set you up with a studio visit at my mom's house.
Right on. So it's obviously a lot of kids start painting. So did you continue drawing and painting all through your life from 9 years old? Because a lot of people kind of, when they hit the teens, then life gets in the way or distractions get in the way.
Well, I think what happened was, you know, I gravitated more towards the creative side of school and less towards the academic, like social studies and English, and more towards the arts. And so I excelled in those classes, and, well, we could say didn't exactly excel in the other academic classes. So throughout schooling, middle school, high school, just kind of went down those traditional roads of advanced placement classes and whatnot, and was kind of a little lost, you know, when it came to graduating and knowing I wanted to go to art school, but not knowing what an artist meant, and also not feeling confident in my abilities because I was under the impression from school that if I couldn't paint or draw what I saw and what I looked at, I wasn't a good artist. So I did continue it to a certain extent, but you know, when I went to college, you know, I only lasted for a year and then dropped out, and most of my creative outlets kind of stopped there.
Okay, so you took a break for a while.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You were 19 then?
Yeah, I was 18, 19 years old, and I pretty much just kind of, yeah, lost my creative outlets in painting and drawing and everything that I was working on. Just kind of, you know, left it in the background.
School kind of shot your dream down because you didn't fit in to what you were being taught, and you didn't feel that there was a path.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say shut my dream down. You know, I don't even think I had necessary. I don't think my creativity was looked at as a dream. It was just looked at as something I enjoyed and wanted to continue. You know, but they made it seem as if it wasn't something that I should pursue, to whatever extent that is when you're a kid, you know.
That makes sense. So what brought you back, and then also what made you realize you could actually make money from it?
Well, there's quite a distance between what brought me back and where I found that I could make money from it, because I didn't even, when I got back into it, I wasn't even registering at that point making money from it. You know, I was working in nightlife and a personal trainer in fitness for about 5 years on the fitness side, and you know, I made my own schedule, and I was making good money training private clients in New York, and it was suggested from someone that maybe I go back to finish school because I kind of had an open schedule, but I was able to work and support myself. And so I started off slow, and I took silk screening and art history at School of Visual Arts. And as soon as I reconnected with that creative outlet, it just, like, you know, it just opened the floodgates. And at the same time, a friend of mine that I rode motorcycles with is an old school graffiti street art guy, and I'd always been infatuated with it, but I never had like an entry into it, and so he asked me to be his lookout, and so I went out with him a few times to be his lookout, and then he was like, well, you're creative, you know, you're talented, why don't you come up with your own image and, you know, and your own work, and we'll just put it up together rather than you just watching my back.
So now you're doing work on the streets. Did you start to garner an audience from that work?
Yeah, so my work on the streets really just came, it was my own passion project, you know. I was taking money that I was making from my other jobs and putting it back into materials, into arts, and what I could use for supplies, and I always believed in, you know, supporting myself and paying my own way. I didn't want to be, I have this silly saying, it's starving and artists don't belong together, you know, so I wasn't going to quit my day job so that I could pursue my, you know, my passion, because I didn't know what that would translate into, especially now. But yeah, I would just continue to work my regular jobs and then create the artwork, you know, and social media and a following started to come probably about a year or so after I got into it, just because there were a couple transitions in that technology world. But New York has such an audience in general, you know, through traffic and through the amount of people and tourism, that, yeah, there was a small following that developed in the beginning, but everything was just kind of snowballed after a year or two.
What do you think made it snowball? Was it kind of a critical mass of followers on social media that then blew up?
You know, I'm very content with my following, but I wouldn't categorize my following at a critical mass at this point. You know, it's very.
When you sort of getting at the snowball effect, you said about the snowball effect. So what point were you at where you had that snowball effect?
Well, I noticed that I was getting a following and that people were starting to pay attention, you know, and things were starting to pick up, and through that, small opportunities started to come. Okay. you know. So yeah, there definitely was some notice and some attention that was being paid in my direction.
So when did you start then monetizing that following?
Well, I didn't really have anything to monetize from it in the beginning until people, you know, and I didn't think about it until people started reaching out about, hey man, I saw this on the street, do you have anything available? And I was kind of like, oh, I mean, I guess, you know, I did some silkscreen editions when I was in that class, and I did a lot of my street posters in that class too, so I probably realized about a year or two into it when people started to reach out wanting what they saw on the street and wanting something that they could take home with themselves, and just looking at, you know, doing my research for kind of price points and other artists and what they were doing, and starting to look at the, I guess, the business side for some of these other successful artists down the road.
And then you so when you actually started selling pieces, putting pieces together for sale, when did you realize that this was basically a legitimate commercial enterprise that you could turn into something and support yourself?
Well, I didn't have that intention when I was doing it, you know, and so each corner I turned, I wasn't really aware. I was kind of limited to the potential, you know, in short distances and increments, you know, because I wasn't educated in a traditional way in the art world. You know, it wasn't, I didn't think, when I was doing prints, I wasn't thinking about canvases. I didn't really have like this understanding, you know, between the two. And then I started to educate myself and go to openings and learn more and do my research to where I saw that there was a potential to increase the value and monetize from it, but you know, I didn't know that I would be one of those people that would fall into that place. And so I would sell some prints, and then I started, you know, and then the price started to go up on those, and then, you know, after I sold a few original canvases, then I started to realize, like, holy shit, you know, there's actually something here. And I, as an artist, need double and triple reassurance when it comes to finances and supporting and taking care of myself. So I was very apprehensive and cautious moving forward for supporting myself entirely from this for years, and wanted to make sure that I was not going to impact my creativity based on finances. So yeah, I started to, you know, slowly, progressively, as time went on, realize the potential of, you know, making a living from this.
So basically, from that social media platform, from the work on the street, opportunities, as you say, were popping up. So more opportunities were popping up around different corners that you were able to monetize and learn, kind of navigate your way through the business. So what do you have? Is there any point within those opportunities that you count as kind of a big break?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what transpired was just from me constantly putting myself out there and realizing and not being forceful on people and building relationships, or if something didn't happen right then, that it could potentially happen down the road. And you know, it's not necessarily right place, right time, because if you're always out there, then the more you're out there, the more likely you are to have those. You know, so the more you're pursuant of this, the higher the odds, luck, likelihood, however you want to put it, that you're going to catch a break. And one of the first opportunities I had was when I actually went to help one of another artist's friends at a Red Bull event. And they saw me working with him and asked if I was an artist, and I said, I guess you could say that, and asked me an opportunity to participate in it. And it was the first kind of big company that validated me to, I guess, be a part of this artistic community that they were promoting. And that was like my first, you know, like little break. And then the next one was actually, I had a job out in the Hamptons, and a weekend job, and I met this masseuse that came to the house. You know, she saw my work, and she had a client that had a gallery and asked if she could introduce us. And so he came over for a studio visit, which basically meant me taking him into the garage and showing him a portfolio of prints. to him saying, hey, I'm Stephen Kessler. I have a local gallery and I'm showing an art Southampton. If you can get me this size and on canvas, then I'd love to show you. And that was the first real break that I had, and like if I were to put the dots together, I couldn't have planned on being at that house when that masseuse came over who had that client who showed this. It's like, it's just one of those synchronistic things, and that was my first public showing at that art fair. I think it was 2013 or 14 with that gallery, where that was when I really saw kind of the value and potential within the art world, because I was showing amongst other artists and other galleries and was exposed to learning new things about the art world. So that was probably my first big break. And even that fair, they interviewed and filmed the gallery, because I was showing with Banksy and with Fail and Marco Glaviano, and they interviewed the gallery, and my work ended up being in the next Banksy documentary that HBO produced the following year when he was in New York. And so that it's just like a sequence of things where I guess you could consider them breaks to what led to moving forward.
Right. So that makes sense. So we're now the gummy bears. Was it all gummy bears at that show, at the Southampton show?
Southampton show was, yes, it was all gummy bears.
Right. So you got you're getting, which is your signature image at the time. I know you've got a pretty strong body of work, but that was the signature image. It was kind of the breakout style. So now that it's its first kind of showing in that fine art arena, how was it accepted, and where did you go from there?
It was very well received, and so I wasn't used to working on canvas. I was used to working on newspaper print and lighter materials for the street, so now I needed to expand and educate myself for canvas works and say, if I'm going to grow this concept, how can I continue to evolve it, so that's where the canvas work came. And then the silk screen and hand painting and making them all from scratch evolved from, and then the color variations and blends. And I noticed that after their exposure in certain places, I did them in 2012 for the first time. And then 2014 or so, after the Banksy movie and some other things, that's when they caught on and got a new life. And when I started to develop and evolve them and saw people's reactions and people's relationship to the work and how they connected with it, and what I could do with it, which eventually led me to growing them into three-dimensional objects and sculptures. And so that's how I still try to push the concept in different mediums and forms.
So it's interesting you're talking about the softly approach, because we met I think it was in 2014, 13, 14, 13, 14, it was 14, doing the Jeff show.
Yeah.
So I met you then for the first time, but I didn't realize who you're working again. That softly approach, you just introduce yourself, you're an artist, that was it. Or you didn't say, see, look at my work, you just introduced yourself.
Yeah.
Gave me a sticker.
Gave you a sticker.
There you go. And then, strangely, I used to live in Williamsburg in Brooklyn, and I'd seen the gummy bear on the street as soon as I moved to Williamsburg, which was the year before. And I thought that was such a cool image, and that's when I thought that's really cool. And I never put the two and two together until someone else, Kennedy, another artist friend of ours, introduced us. And then I already knew, so I already knew your imagery, and already knew you, and that was that approach worked, rather than you coming up to me and saying, here's my work. Luckily, I'd liked it, and I thought that image was something special anyway. And then you told me what you'd done up to that point, which was Art Southampton, the HBO. You managed to get into the HBO documentary, and what you'd built of your brand up to that point was something that I knew we could use to kind of keep going with that momentum that you'd already started to build. So now the relationship with Castle Fitzjohn's gallery, we've been 3 years.
I think we're in year 3.
Year 3.
Because we're going into our third Basel together.
So you're one of the hottest artists within Castle Fitzjohn's, and we've pretty much got most of our biggest clients into it. And it's what I wanted to touch on now is how far you've gone with the price point. So let's look at your price points from when you first entered the arena. It's at Art Southampton. You were selling, let's say, what was the most expensive piece you sold there?
So when I was when I first started, even before Southampton, I was selling 22 by 30 inch gummy bear silk screens for $150 a piece,
Right.
or $500 for a set of 4, and it was
Right.
an edition of 12. And by the end of the series, I was selling a single one for $800 for what was left. And then at Art Southampton, we did a set of 12 by 16 inch prints, editions of 50, for $200 each. And I think we were pricing the 40 by 50 inch canvases at $5,000 each, or $4,000 each, $16,000 for the set of 4. And I think we sold we did about 35,000, in sales. I think we did a full set, 2 or 3 canvases on their own, and then like a bunch of prints, like 30 or 40 prints.
So and then now the journey has taken you to, there's been some great platforms you've had to use, and you can talk to us more about that. But now we're at how much for a 7-foot gummy bear sculpture?
The 7-foot gummy bear sculptures are now, we've sold them between 35 and 50,000, depending on color and if customized or if they're part of the edition. But
so if you look at your market value and your brand value, you've gone from a few $100s in 2013 to 50,000 in 2017, and it's legitimate market. It's not the kind of fine out world fluff. This is, people have really paid these prices for the pieces, and it's been real demand and supply. So it's an amazing journey and an amazing thing you've put into play, and you've built your brand obviously with this signature image, but there's an amazing body of work behind it, which you've got more interesting things coming out, which we're going to have a few art fairs, which I'm excited about. But it's an impressive journey. Now, one of the platforms that have worked well for the 7-foot gummy, obviously I'm talking about the opportunity at the World Trade Center. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the opportunity at the World Trade Center, again, was just through relationships that I've spent over the years. I came back from traveling and I saw some friends were painting on this project, and I inquired about it, and they said they weren't sure if I'd be back in time or not, but they could see if they could get me a wall space. And my buddy Sean called me the next day and was like, I got you this wall space. Can you come paint it tomorrow? And I was like, yeah. World Trade Center, New York, Larry Cake, Gumshoe, the painting homies, to work with them and do it. And so I went up on September 10th, actually, and worked through the night and left at about 2, 3 in the morning on September 11th after I finished it. I found myself having this moment in New York, being up on the 69th floor. And that led me to relationships with some of the guys that worked for Silverstein Properties, and talking about taking one of my sculptures and me wanting to make it on a larger platform but not having a place to do it, and them saying it could potentially go in the lobby. And so from those discussions and about 4 or 5 months of back and forth, we finally got that moving, and Larry himself approved of the piece after he saw it and located it in the lobby of Tower 4 of the World Trade Center. So that transpired, one thing to another, and just saying yes and getting asked to do something and an opportunity, which has then led to interviews with Forbes magazine, Business Insider, Women's Wear Daily, Vice, HBO doing an interview, and so on and so on. And that in itself, and the validity from the sculpture being in an iconic, city and one of the most iconic buildings, has just transpired into so many more opportunities.
Fantastic. So, what's next? What are you heading towards?
So what's next is, continuing the evolution of the bears and trying to fulfill the demand of them, but also working and continuing to grow my other body of work. And when I kind of neglected some of my street stuff lately, so I want to kind of get back to the streets and just kind of find a little bit more of my own rhythm again, because it's constantly trying to balance, with this work as a successful self-supporting artist. There's no time off. You can't shut the brain off. And whether I'm physically working or thinking about projects, I have a couple new sculptures, concepts that I'm working on, and a couple new street pieces that I want to introduce out there, and just continuing to build and grow and paint, and really learning the definition of
That's right.
really learn the definition of what it means to be a master, you know, and when I first heard that in 10,000 hours and becoming a master, and kind of like, what the fuck does that mean? But now having more of an understanding, what's great about the gummy bears is it's a subject that I've been able to work on continuously for years. And what that's allowed me to do is put in continuous hours and find breakthroughs and push and move and work with the same subject rather than taking one idea, doing it, and then leaving it alone. You know, so I have some pieces where I've done that, and then I have this piece in which I can evolve. So I try to kind of just, you know, work between the two, but continue. It's not the only idea I have, and just continue to put work out there, and whether it's working with the same piece in different styles or working with new concepts, it's just creating, I think, is kind of the next, and I think always move forward.
Good stuff. And then, so we've got a lot of artists, aspiring artists watching. I mean, it's an amazing journey that you've been on, and in a pretty relatively short amount of time. But I've been in this business for a long time, and I see there's certain personality traits that you guys have to have: certain drive, a certain ambition, certain immense sense of self-belief. And everyone I work with has those traits, so that's a given. But I want anything that you, any advice that you want to give to people who are wondering how to kind of navigate as you have.
I think it's underestimated and not seeing how much work actually is involved in this, and if you're serious, be serious. You know, I heard a while ago, you know, you can't get the things that you don't have if you don't do what you haven't done.
Say that again.
You can't get the things that you don't have and the things that you want if you haven't done the things that you've never done before. You know, and so that, I think that's more related to just like pushing through uncomfortable times, and just, I'm not saying make like stupid decisions like quit your day job. Like if you need to support yourself so that you can, you know, continue your passion. Just find another job that allows you to do that. But just pushing through, being open-minded, not necessarily being deterred, but you know, I've had times of where I'm confident in something that I'm doing, and I've been put down, but I've continued to push it, and then eventually it's kind of had a breakthrough. But I've also had times where I've put something out there that, for lack of a better term, may suck, and I get feedback. It doesn't mean to keep pushing that, but maybe to take time to dial it back in and work on it. You know, but regardless, it's still, both actions are moving forward, you know, and are continuing to do things. So I like to observe. I'm a big observer. I like to pay attention to other artists, my peers, contemporaries, and pay attention to what they've done, what works, what doesn't work through other people's experiences, try and save myself some of those pains. But work hard and pay attention, you know.
Makes sense. Good stuff, Wisby. Thank you very much.
So Wisby's story is a little different from some of the other guys. As you can see, he was hiding his identity. And the reason is he is that kind of traditional street artist that will put his work out on the street, but not necessarily in a legal way. And what he worked out earlier on is that he had a cool image. He had that Vandal gummy image, and that people responded to, and so he put that out on the street, and people liked it. And because the world is a very different place now, everyone is carrying a camera with them all the time, that image started to appear on Instagram, and people would tag it, and he would get a following. And then it built a following to the point where people would want to buy a version or a variation of what they saw on the street. And at that point, Wisby hasn't even thought about being a commercial artist. He had to then think of a product he could sell and turn it into a silkscreen. Now, what he did exceptionally well was realize what he had. This was his Warhol soup can. This was his Jeff Koons balloon dog. This was his
Van Gogh's Sunflower. This was a signature breaker image, and he realized he had to ride that wave all as far as he possibly could. So from that initial wheat paste of putting that work on the street, not knowing that he could monetize it, 5 years later, he's selling 7-foot variations of it for $40,000. There's one in the World Trade Center lobby. There's one in a museum in Amsterdam. Some of the biggest collectors are picking up these pieces. And that's a phenomenal example to take away. When you find that breakout style, milk it, ride it, do everything you can to get that work out there in any variation possible. Because once you have that platform using that image, you can do anything you want.
So today we're in Southampton, out in the Hamptons. I'm out here a lot. I've got a lot of big clients out here. We do pop-ups out here in the summer, so we have programs for our artists out here. Patton has lived out here for about 20, 25 years, and he's living the ultimate Hamptons dream as an artist. De Kooning did it, Pollock did it. Beautiful property, studio, secluded. And he's been out here for 25 years, surfing every morning and just kind of living his dream, success his way. So a lot of the artists we've talked about have been these emerging guys living the dream in New York City, the hustle and bustle, the grit, the grime. But what we're showing with Patton is there is another way, and there is another path to success, which is kind of more based around your recreational lifestyle. So he's got this beautiful studio where we're going to talk to him about his story, which is going to be, you're going to find it very useful and extremely valuable. But first, which is something I do with Patton often, we're going to go and have a little board meeting. Patton Miller. We're here with Patton in his studio. Absolutely fantastic studio. The work is phenomenal. Obviously, I saw it for the first time a few months ago, shown by an art advisor around here, and it's phenomenal. So I'm bringing as many people as I can by your studio over the next few weeks, which is going to be fun. But I wanted to talk to you about your story, because it is really interesting and it's very valid for what we're doing with this video. So tell me when you first started painting.
Well, I was always drawing as a kid, and so it was when I was a high school dropout, and it wasn't because I was a bad kid, but in Hawaii, the high schools were really bad. So I stopped going and got a GED, and I asked my folks if I could go to the Honolulu Academy of Arts. And they said, yeah, it's clear that's what you're, I'll always be grateful to my folks, because they didn't say, no, we want you to be a lawyer or something like that. They understood that this is what I was all about. So I went to the Honolulu Academy of Arts, and that was a very important year for me, because it took a very raw talent, and I just drew for a whole year. And it was a very old school approach. I drew models. And then that was 3 hours in the morning, and in the afternoon I did stone lithography. So it was the first time I was ever good at school. It was a round peg and a round hole. All of a sudden, everything just worked.
So that's the one thing you found at that age that you were passionate about, and
I was always passionate about it, but I guess I didn't consider being an artist. It didn't cross my mind. I was just being a kid. But when I started going to art school, it was clear that this is what I was cut out to do.
Okay.
And then I left Hawaii in 1973 and spent a year in Asia, traveling and painting and drawing.
And how old were you then?
I was 20.
Okay.
I turned 21 on that trip. And I came to New York and had a family friend from Hawaii who said, she saw my itinerary before I left Hawaii, and she said, when you get to New York, when you get to Kennedy Airport, come out and see me. And I got to Kennedy Airport, and I had a ticket home. I had $40, and I thought, when you have a ticket home and $40, you're home.
Right.
It's enough, right? And I thought, well, should I come out to see this family friend? And I actually asked the pilot how far Southampton was from Kennedy Airport, and I was shocked to learn that it was about 80 miles. I thought Long Island was maybe 60 miles long total. So I decided to come out, and it's funny how you get omens. On the way out, I met two surfers because it was a bus and a train back in those days. And in the process of coming out, I met these two surfers, and they said, "Well, why don't you come and because I surf, coming from Hawaii. That's all I ever did, sport-wise." And they said, "Why don't you come and stay with us? We're going to go to this beach called Flying Point Beach." I never heard of it before. So the first night, I'm camping out on Flying Point Beach, and I wake up the next day and the surf is beautiful. It's like 4 to 6 foot, perfect waves, and I get picked up by a beautiful girl.
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, I'd been in Asia for a year, and it wasn't like anything happened. It was just nice to get the attention. And she took me home and introduced me to her mom and cooked me lunch, and it was just like, well, this is beautiful. This is sweet. And I subsequently made my way to the family friend, and she asked me to stay and take care of her chihuahuas while she went on a business trip. So really the reason I'm here is because of the chihuahuas. Otherwise, I would have stayed for a week and I would have gone back to Hawaii. So Jose and Lolita, thank you very much. But in the process of me staying here, I ended up getting a scholarship at Southampton College with the drawings that I made during that trip, during that year-long trip.
Oh, so you were drawing as you were traveling?
Absolutely. And I still do that today. Because it's a nice yin and yang. When I travel, I draw the people I meet and the places I see. And when I'm in my studio, I paint from my memory, if you could call it a memory. It's almost like a past life. Wherever it comes from, I'm not sure. Even though I've been doing it for so long. But it's a good yin and yang. And when we have a place in Costa Rica, I've painted everybody in the valley. It echoes through my work even in the studio.
And do you see you drawing every day as you were traveling?
Yeah. Well, no, there were some days when it was too hard.
Right.
It was a difficult year. I got into some scraps. Almost fell off a mountain in Nepal. I got kidnapped in Morocco. I had a problem with thieves in India.
You got kidnapped in Morocco?
I was.
For ransom?
No, because I got out right away. I busted out within 15 minutes. They had me, but I busted out. If I hadn't busted out, I would have become a property of older gangsters.
Right.
And that was, I knew time was of the essence. And I tore the doors down that held me and came out with a pipe and with a Hawaiian war chant, yell.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I came out and pretty much was smiling with a smile of extreme, ferocity.
Right.
But they really thought I was insane. They thought first of all, they had the drop on me. And then they thought they had captured a complete insane person, which is what I wanted them to think. And I got away. But in that year I had great adventures and did a lot of good drawings, but I also had some problems. And so when I got here, it seemed like the land of milk and honey to me. It really did. And I started going to college here. I got a job, and before you know it, I'm a student. I'm going to college. When they looked at my transcripts, they said, GED, you're on academic probation for the first semester, and I got a 4.0. And I was very proud of the fact that I graduated with a 3.9. It's a liberal arts school. I had to take, geology and philosophy, and it was the first time for me that enjoyed in my schooling.
Okay. So when you finished school, how long were you at school for here?
Well, they gave me 6 months for the Honolulu Academy of Arts, so I had to go to school for 3.5 years.
Okay, so you 3.5 years.
I got a BFA. Yeah.
Nice. And then you decided to stay in Southampton when you finished school?
Yes. I started showing in New York right away. In fact, I showed in one of the first Chelsea galleries.
Oh, you did? While you were at school or after school?
Well, right after school, I got picked up by this gallery. It was a guy named Gary Lejeski, and he owned a gallery in Southampton called the Tower Gallery. And he opened up a gallery in Chelsea, and no one was in Chelsea in those days. In fact, I didn't even know that neighborhood at all. But Gary opened this amazing gallery at the top floor of a building that used to be a department store, and it was all skylights. And I had a show there with Brian Geisen. I think that's how you pronounce his name. He was William Burroughs' lover.
Oh, okay.
And that show was Keith Haring came, but it wasn't for me. He came because he was friends with William Burroughs. But I got, it was interesting to meet Keith and to meet William Burroughs and Byron Geisen, this whole New York crowd. And it was the first one-man show. Byron had a show in a little separate space, but the main space was me. So I could call that a one-man show.
So you got picked up, how did that happen?
Because Gary had a gallery out here, and he liked my work. And
But how did he see your work?
Because I approached him out here, and he started showing my work. He was showing de Kooning and Larry Rivers. When I first moved out here, I didn't know any of the contemporary art guys. The artists that I'm still, Delacroix and Goya and Daumier. Those are the people I still love. But of course, now I love Larry Rivers and de Kooning and Roy Lichtenstein. All these people I either knew well or met, in passing, visiting in their studio. But for a young guy from the sticks, I went to a Yankee game and sat near Joe DiMaggio, didn't know who he was.
Right.
I was in the art world, I was the same way. But I was, I never even thought twice about, I am an artist, that's what I am. You can come from the sticks and not know anything, you're still an artist.
Right.
And but it was really great. I went into Frank Stella's studio once, I was meaning to go to his neighbor, and I'm going, this doesn't look like Bob's work. And it was Frank Stella's work, and I never heard of the guy.
Right.
Anyway, it was because I came here in 1974. It was a little bit different then. It was much fewer artists, and it was like de Kooning. I met de Kooning, and I sat in these rocker chairs with him, and I asked him if those late paintings, which I love, I didn't know what to make of them because I was 25 or 6 years old. I said, "Are those paintings done?" And it was, and he kind of went back and forth, and then he looked at me and he goes, "I think so." But he did it with such earnestness that I liked the man right away.
Yeah, no, I've heard good things.
Yeah, he was a good guy. Nasty drunk, but a good guy.
Yeah, well, that just goes with the territory, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Except for you. You're the oddball out here in Southampton that doesn't drink.
Well, I think artists now I think everybody's kind of caught on to that.
Yeah.
It's a short run game. You can't really, to be an artist, you have to be an athlete. It's hard work. You gotta, you gotta get out of your chair and you gotta work. So if you're drunk, it's hard to do that.
It's a good point. So when did you start selling paintings? So you're in your 20s now, you're showing in New York, you're mingling with some of the most successful artists of that time, or within 20th century art history as well.
Yeah.
So when did you start selling paintings?
Well, right away I started selling paintings, and then from the Tower Gallery show, I had been introduced to Nora Jaime, who's an amazing art dealer and one of the best in New York, and she invited me to show with her. And Gary was not going to be in that space too long. Gary got sick and died. He got AIDS, and I miss him today. He was such a great art dealer. But he told me, he goes, I went to him and I said, I don't know, what's your plans with me? And should I go with Nora? What should I do? And he advised me to go with Nora. And I did, and I was with her for about 12 years, and selling. Some years were better than others, but I was starting to make a living and as an artist and getting reviews in art magazines and I probably had 12 shows with her, or maybe 10, I can't remember, but helped me make a name for myself and sell quite a few paintings. Yeah, it was a good run. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're in your mid 20s now, but you.
No, that went into my 30s.
Into your 30s.
Yeah, late 30s.
So.
Because I was there quite a while.
Did you at one point did you take a break from painting?
Never. What I did is took a break from Southampton. So we went back, but we didn't go back to Oahu where I grew up. We went to Molokai. And there I got a job teaching at the Kalapapa leprosy colony. Actually, it was a volunteer position, but I was painting, surfing, teaching at the leprosy colony, and that's where we had our first son. I ended up coming back and with no money, because that art recession, from the economic recession was from like 88 to like 92 or so, but the art recession lasted longer. And I came back with a baby, and I felt like I had to kind of take over my own career. I just didn't. It was the kind of thing where I just needed to know. I needed to know what was going on.
Right.
And so I separated from the gallery and just started selling paintings. The thing about an artist is, like I said, you have to be an athlete. If you don't fall apart, you can just get better. It's important to keep your mind clear. Like I've been teaching for 35 years. I've taught at university level and academies, but now I just teach here. And I'm never asked my opinion on things and advice, but sometimes if I know one of my students is a pothead, I try to say, you don't want your pilot showing up stoned. Come on, be professional, you know? No one ever listens to me, but I try. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so I do. When I come to work, I sometimes go surfing in the morning, but I usually start around 9 o'clock. Sometimes early, 8:30, and I got all day. You know, I got all day to do my work. And
so you paint all day, every day now? Absolutely.
Yeah, I love it. You know, I paint, I teach, I surf. I'm a father. I take long walks with my wife. You know, it's integrated in my life in a very complete way. I've always thought of my career as being like a turtle swimming across the ocean. Or would that be a tortoise? Anyways.
Definitely a turtle. Tortoises are not such a good swimmer.
Yeah, but you know, it's slow but steady. The turtle gets there, you know? And if I had to go back to some job, I'd do it. I've done it. I've been there before. I'm older now. I had this conversation recently with a friend. They go, yeah, you're older now. You don't want to do that, but I've done it. My wife and I have been in, she says I spent our last $12 on pencils once. You know, we've been there. So if we ever had to, we'll do it again. And of course we don't want to because, you know, we're enjoying this good life. But it's a beautiful thing. I have a lot of friends who have experienced great ups and downs in their lives. And if you got someone at your side, it's just an adventure, you know?
It definitely makes a big difference having that partner in life, which Nancy obviously hung out with, and she's fantastic. You did a good job there.
Yeah.
Now you've been supporting yourself and the family with the painting as well. You've bought properties. You've got a fantastic life for yourself now, as you say. You couldn't be any happier. But something that's been consistent, as you said, you paint every day, but you've also been selling paintings along the way. You said consistently selling paintings.
Yeah.
So how have you been selling paintings? How have you been finding your audience?
Well, it helps to be in a place where there are people who are interested in art. I mean, that seems like duh, but it's if you're living in something like in Molokai, for instance, well, there was just no way in the world you could sell a painting in Molokai. It's just impossible. Southampton is a unique place. We're 100 miles from New York. We live. I'm a mile from the ocean. I'm a half a mile from the bay. There's a populace out here that's actively interested in the arts, and my career, my business model has been about as simple as you can get. Simply not moving around. I've been here for 42 years, and I so many people have never heard of me, but I'm pretty well known out here, and that's not because I have billboards on the highways, because I've just been here. You know, 42 years is a long time, and I've been painting, and the teaching actually is a very great outreach for me, for meeting people, and I love to teach. I just teach basic drawing and painting. They both are completely connected. But it's really just from being here. And how have I sold the paintings? Well, I do show a lot. And when there's been times when I've had no New York representation, I still showed a lot. And there was a gallery here in Southampton that he came to me and he goes, I'm thinking about renting the space to artists, like a co-op space. And I said, I'll rent it. And in 3 years that I had that opportunity, I showed there, I think, 12 times. I sold over 100 paintings. Right. Now, I called a guy in New York City and I said, you should come out here and do it, because this guy's an amazing painter. And he goes, oh yeah, okay, who's the dealer? I said, no, you don't understand. It's like a co-op. You pay the owner of the gallery a certain amount of money. Oh, he goes, I won't do that. That's beneath my station in life. And I said, yeah, okay, the gallery you're with, when was the last time they gave you a show, a one-man show? And he goes, oh, that was about 7 years ago. And I said, when was the last time they put you in a group show? And he goes, well, about 2 years ago. I said, when was the last time you sold a painting? He said, 2 years ago. I said, how are you making a living? You know?
Right.
And
the co-op was how many artists?
No, it was whoever wanted to rent it.
Okay, got it.
Co-op's maybe the wrong word. It was just a space for rent.
Yeah.
And believe me, the people that walked in through the doors, they didn't care.
They didn't care, probably didn't know. It's just
well, they know me.
But they don't know whether you pay to be there or not. They don't really
yeah,
care.
yeah.
They're just there to see the art and they'll buy it.
Right. But they know me. And that's the big part.
Okay.
And then, serendipity plays some of a role, but you have to be, people have to know you. They say, oh yeah, I've always liked his work. Like I had one guy buy a lot of my paintings, and he had the best restaurant out here, in my opinion, the best restaurant in the Hamptons, called the Paradise in Sag Harbor. And Robert Durkin owned a bunch of my paintings, and he put them all of them in his restaurant. And it was a big restaurant in Sag Harbor. None of them were for sale, which is fabulous. Yeah. And I ended up meeting a lot of art collectors and clients just from that. Okay. You know what? I had a show after showing at the fancy 57th Street and Madison Avenue Gallery. A couple years later, I showed it at a restaurant called Mary Lou's. It's where Jack Nicholson practiced his, I think it's a mafia joint or something like that. Anyways, one art dealer said, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." I sold a lot of paintings from that show. The thing is, I don't see that if people like the work and they don't care where it's at. I mean, yeah, certain galleries really can change your career, and you want, and believe me, I want dealers to be working with me, right? But I'm not going to wait for someone to tap me on the shoulder. Right. If the advice I give young kids, and again, no one listens to me, but if they would listen to me, I'd tell them group together and go get a bombed out building or an empty warehouse and have a show. I think that's how Damien Hirst got started. By being, not waiting for someone to say, I choose you. No, you present your work to the public. And you got to be very bold. You can't be a retiring flower. You got to go out there and shake the trees. Right. So that's in conclusion, I guess what I'm saying is that I've worked a lot with dealers, and it's been great. I've had very good luck with our dealers, but I've also been very proactive on my own, which helps dealers. Yeah. Because I'm not an unknown person. I've had 15 one-man shows in New York, lots of group shows. I have lots of collectors in New York, and so when I have a show, you hope that some of them will show up. Now the problem with a long career is that I look at my mailing list and a lot of them are gone or dead. So you need you have to keep moving.
So you told me some amazing stories, and there was one interesting story about a famous artist family that you were friends with that could have led to maybe a studio assistant job.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would have led to a studio assistant job, but it might have, because other people came along and got studio assistant jobs after me.
And who was that with?
I was with Roy Lichtenstein. But and I met. It's a funny story. I when I first moved here, I was surfing. It's always surfing, and this guy goes, "Who are you?" And I say, "Well, I'm an art student at Southampton College." And he goes, "Oh, my dad's an artist." And I said, "What's his name?" And he goes, "Roy Lichtenstein." And I said, "I never heard of him," because I hadn't. Right. Like I said, I'm from the sticks. Hawaii is the sticks. I mean, I've heard of King Kamehameha. Right. But Dave was making surfboards back, and Dave is Roy's son. And I ended up buying a board from Dave, and we became friends. And I got to be friendly with Roy, and he would come to my studio and give me advice. I think he came once, but I would talk to him about art. And his long-term assistant, Jamie DePasquale, is a good friend of mine. And we actually just had a show 2 years ago in New York together. Anyways, I was offered a job to do some painting. And I think it was implied that there would be more work to come. But I said no because at that time I had my house painting business.
Right.
And I was making more money than I knew I was making more money as a contractor than I would as a single guy working for an artist.
Right.
So I turned it down because I needed to make as much money as I could. It was a business decision. But I think what you're getting at is the whole assistant thing, which I don't know, it can work. There's no rules in art. You know, when you teach and you got to be careful not to set any rules because someone will prove you wrong almost immediately.
Oh yeah.
But in my case, I've always been self-employed. You know, I can't. The last time I had a job was a delicatessen in college, and I didn't last too long. You know, I'm very good at being self-employed, and I've always been able to make pretty good money doing that. But working for other people is sometimes necessary, and I think some people should do it, but it wasn't for me.
Right.
No.
Makes sense. So, Pat, I think we've got your story down there, which is good, and there's a lot of good insight for kind of aspiring artists and artists at different stages in their careers and in their life. And what we do, we break it down afterwards. We kind of break down as a case study anyway.
I don't know if it's more of a business plan or a lifestyle. I think it's more like making everything work for the lifestyle. I think I put the lifestyle first. Mm-hmm. And now, at this point in my life, I don't have to go anywhere or do anything. I just come here. The viewers can't see, but my home is 250 feet away. So it's not like I had this business model. What I want to do is sustain a lifestyle that I could live in, that worked for me. But I think it's important not to move around a lot, and I think it's important to work every day, to be professional, not to be a drunk or a druggie. You know, that's not being professional in anybody's book. And if you have some talent, it'll get bigger and better, and then people will pay attention to it. That's it. It could not be simpler.
So I really like Patton's story. What's interesting to me is he's living the ultimate kind of bohemian artist lifestyle. He's living his version of success. And this is something to take note of. Success is relative. Success means something different to everyone. You've got to work out what your version of success is. So for Patton, it's living that lifestyle where he can surf every morning, he can paint every day. His wife is raising chickens and bringing up bees and making honey. And he has this amazing studio as well, which is an amazing platform for when collectors come to visit. And you compare that to Mr. E, who's riding around in Lamborghinis and Ferraris and having that more hedonistic, luxurious lifestyle. Work out what success means to you. Very, very important. Now, Patton did a very good job of tapping into a network. This is the key here for Patton. He moved to the Hamptons. Now, the Hamptons, not only is it one of the wealthiest places in the country, it also has an artistic identity. So what I mean by that is that some of the greatest American artists of the 20th century lived there. We have de Kooning, Lichtenstein, Pollock. And because of that artistic identity, there are a lot of people into art. And you combine the people that are into art with the level of wealth, you have the perfect audience to tap into. So Patton was very aware of that and settled there with a long-term goal to start kind of tapping into that audience. And it took a long time, as he said, but he managed to show wherever he could, whatever relationship he could use to show, whether it was in a restaurant, whether it was in a bar, whether he was renting the space himself. He found his own platform, and being in that perfect environment, that perfect audience was already on his doorstep, they came to him. And then, as I mentioned, when they go to his studio, and you saw it, it's a beautiful spot, they want to then buy into his version of success, which is why he sells so well. Now, let's look at another artist on a very different journey with a different direction, but just as successful. So we're on the High Line here in Chelsea, and we're going to see Gareb Shamus, who has a studio here. Now, Gareb I wanted to show because he's different to a lot of the other artists we've featured. He's not this young, up-and-coming, kind of hip street artist. He's a guy that decided after a very successful career in business, building different businesses, that he wanted to become an artist. And this is common. There's a lot of people out there that feel that they want something more out of life. They want to be creative. So I wanted to cater for that audience that kind of come to art later in life. Now, Gareb has done a fantastic job of applying his business skills to building an art career and understanding how to brand himself and put himself in the right arena to actually get sales of his artwork. And he also picked a method that was unique and really hasn't been seen before, and that helped. So this interview will be very beneficial if you're someone who you're deciding kind of a bit later in life that you want to be an artist and you have these kind of applicable business skills to use. Thank you. Gareb, before we go into the art, I want to talk a little bit about your business background, because unlike the other artists we've been featuring, you were very successful in business before you went into art, and you used those tools to help you kind of build that art career. So if you just give us a bit of background on the business side of things before we go into the art.
Yeah, so I spent my whole life in the superhero business. I started all the leading magazines about comic books, toys, games, animation, back at a time when it wasn't cool to be a geek. And then shortly thereafter, my magazines were sold in about 75 countries and dozens of languages, and then got into the Comic-Con business. So we started the whole movement of people coming into Comic-Con and dressing up and bringing the celebrities and the movie stars and also all the people that were the artists and the writers. And for us, it was really just about throwing a party back then. And who knew how many people were just going to show up, and all these disenfranchised people showed up. And it was a pretty magical time when all of a sudden these people that felt that they were like loners out there, you know, all of a sudden there was a lot of people like them. And then it just started exploding out there.
So for those who don't know about Comic-Con, how big, what was it, and how big did you grow it to?
So it's become pretty big. It's actually become a big global phenomenon, actually. So as the superhero movies and TV shows have grown on a global scale, the Comic-Cons got pretty large. So, you know, throughout my career, you know, me and my brother probably produced about 175 Comic-Cons, and we were getting literally millions of people to come to them.
And again, for the guys who don't know, because I didn't know what Comic-Con was until a few years ago when I saw it by accident in San Diego, all these crazy guys walking around dressed as superheroes. So these giant convention center shows, trade shows, experience. So how would you describe a Comic-Con event?
So Comic-Cons are really for people who are superhero or character-based enthusiasts. So you grew up reading Spider-Man or Batman or the X-Men or the Avengers, and it's everything to do with those characters. So it's the movies, it's the television, it's the toys, it's the video games, it's the t-shirts, it's the whole experience of being a fan of those characters and the lifestyle associated with it. So we have everything from panels where the biggest celebrities in the world come to talk about all the things that they're working on, to people getting dressed up in costume that you could take pictures with, to vendors selling all the latest and greatest products out there. Okay. Yeah, it's a really super fun experience.
It is fun. So could you put a value on what you grew that to, do you think?
In terms of dollars?
Yeah.
Well, I did take the company public, and you know, so I mean, it was definitely worth, you know, in the tens of millions of dollars. Over time, yeah, but I also did it for over 20 years.
Okay, so good. So you have an experience in building a multi-million-dollar company from scratch, and I know you've dabbled in the tech field with a few apps you got off the ground as well. So when did you decide? And I know because of your success with Comic-Con, you also brought into other businesses advisory capacity, board member, so to speak. So when did you decide? Because I know we've had this conversation that was it, I'm done with business, I just want to create.
So I kind of got to the point in my life where I was working really, really hard, and I felt like I took the business as far as I wanted to take it. And, you know, I really wanted to kind of get back into spending more time, with my family, but also I needed my own time. I felt like, I had dedicated my life to giving, right? So everything was about, me and my team, being able to just create this extraordinary experience for all these fans and all these people around the world and kind of bring it into one community. And I think I got to that point where I really didn't have that much left to give. And, so I kind of needed this time to recharge myself and to really kind of look inward and really figure out what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do that. And I feel like I needed something in the creative field, and I worked with artists my entire life. So some of the biggest comic book illustrators and writers are some of my best friends, and they're famous all over the world. So I always worked with artists my whole life, and I was a big comic book art collector as well. So I definitely had an aesthetic, and I definitely had, I was a curator as well, because we would always pick all the top artists or writers, that, through the magazine. So I definitely had a feel for it, but I felt like I also wanted to kind of take that challenge myself.
So when you started painting, then was that more just for therapy, or was that with a view to, could I be an artist? Could I turn this into a career?
It was total therapy. I actually thought I was going to be a writer because I had a lot of ideas. I have a lot of friends that are big producers and things like that, where I felt like, I could easily get into the movie and television business. But I didn't have the discipline to write. I had the ideas, but the physical sitting down in front of my computer, my mind was too fast for my fingers, and it was very frustrating for me. So that's when it kind of hit me, about painting. I always kind of grew up, did a lot of woodworking and sculptural work. I never thought I was a good painter, but it just hit me, as I started analyzing my life and what I could do, because painting is all about being very honest, or anything in creativity is about being very honest. So I kind of sat down with myself and said, okay, if I'm going to paint, I really got to put myself out there, and what were those kind of things that I needed to do.
Okay. So you picked, which is interesting to me, most people will just get a canvas and start painting, but you right from the start picked a method that no one has done before. Was that deliberate?
So there's definitely something deliberate about doing something unique. So I had noticed throughout my entire life, when I would write about, let's say, some comic book artists, I literally know thousands of people that could draw Batman perfectly. But a lot of times it wasn't necessarily the people that could draw it perfectly that would be successful. It was always somebody who could do something different or unique with the character. Not necessarily better, but something that was singularly identifiable with that artist. Right. Whereas in the fine art world, there's so many different mediums and subject matters, it's hard to compare one person to the next. But in my world, it was very easy to compare one person's Batman to another person's Batman.
Your Batman sucks. Yours doesn't.
Right, or it's different,
right,
and I like it. And I know that it's you without you putting a signature on it.
Right.
So I knew that I needed to do something that right from the start was unique or different. But a lot of what drove the thought process initially was my whole life I was in a position, because we had the magazines and the Comic-Cons, where we had a lot of influence over things that could become successful. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people would approach me, and I didn't know whether they wanted to be my friend or they wanted something from me. So I would keep people at a distance. And now when I was, I didn't have that pedestal anymore. Mm-hmm. I kind of thought, okay, well, how can I reach back out to people? My whole, a good chunk of my life, I was kind of pushing people away. How can I bring people back in? And how can I reach back out? So that's when I thought of the idea to kind of extrude the paint off the canvas. And then it took a while to come up with the technique and how to do it and the apparatus to do that. But that's kind of, a good chunk of what my work is saying.
So you created a body of work, because I remember coming around to your apartment and you hadn't really shown it to many people, but you created a body of work, and then you decided, well, where did that point come? I want to show this to the world, and I want to see if I can kind of be an artist and make a career out of it. When did that happen?
Well, when you came to visit me, it was clear I had become like a maniacal OCD painter in my apartment.
Which is important.
Yeah, and I'd been doing it for over a year before I actually showed it to anybody. I mean, you actually were the first professional art gallery person to ever see my work, and even step foot in my apartment to see it. So that was a very nerve-wracking moment for me, because, well, it was, because it's kind of interesting, because in business, I was never nervous about anything. But yet when it comes to the art, I was always like, I still today, like I'm always like fascinated what people think, and if they don't like it, it definitely affects me, you know, in a way that if I do something in business and people are pissed or they don't like it, you know, it's like, well, you know, trying to do the best I can, but I don't take it personal. So what happened was, I think once I got that first kind of recognition from somebody outside of myself, you know, that liked it. Yeah, well, friends and family are always going to be like, hey, they like what you're doing. You know, they're going to be very supportive of you. You know, so it's hard to really get a true answer out of them. So for me, it was somebody who's real in the art world, who's seen a lot of art, way more than I have in that world, that can index me against other people. You know, and if all of a sudden I index well, or they feel like I have something, then all of a sudden that now resonated to me, and that's when all of a sudden, you know, some of my business brain started turning on.
Right. So yeah, I remember we talked, and I gave you kind of my opinion of a direction and an arena to try and fit into. But what was interesting about you is you take that on board, but you wanted to apply your knowledge of all different industry sectors, network you already had, and your kind of ability to build a market around a product. And I think you applied that well, because in a very short space of time, you were selling work, you were showing at art fairs, you'd had gallery shows in some prominent galleries, but it happened very, very quickly. So do you want to talk me a little bit through the kind of that methodology, how you achieved it so quickly?
Yeah, so a couple things. And so what I think of life and any kind of industry or business I get into like a chessboard. And you know, and because I've played chess a lot in business, in different industries, for me it was assessing the marketplace. You know, who's the king, who's the queen, who are the pawns, who moves what, and how that works, so that I could figure out, okay, well, if I'm going to play this world, you know, what steps do I need to take in order to get seen or get viewed or sell my work or get appreciated or get anybody to know who I was. So I then systematically said, okay, you know, being an artist is a lifelong journey. Most artists either never get recognition or it takes a lifetime to achieve that. So for me, I was never setting out to try to sell my work. So for me, it was all about how do I show my work to the most people in the world. And luckily, because I had been in business for 25 years prior, I have a network of people. I have a network of friends, and I have a network of business contacts and industries that I've worked in. So I was able to leverage that network to all of a sudden immediately get out there and show them my work and my art and what I'm doing and what it stands for, and really be able to network in a way that a new artist might not be able to. Right. And so what happened was, I was getting a lot of recognition from my own network. So I think when people in the art world started to notice my work, it looked like I had a history that I didn't really have. But because of the depth of my network, it gave people a really good look that there were a lot of people that instantly cared about my work. And I think that really helped jumpstart.
So it looked to other art professionals, say galleries, that you could bring something to the table as well as the art kind of thing. You brought a following and an interesting network or client base. So is that the approach that seemed to work?
Yeah. So the other thing that I try to do is I try to create win-wins for everybody that I work with. So every time I try to do, whether it's an art fair, art gallery, art show, opening, I try to figure out how I can also use my resources to help the person or company that I'm working with. Right. So if I could bring a large crowd, if I could bring buyers to them that would be interested in buying their work, if I can do anything that, you know, because I've run really large events before in my life, so I know how to get people excited or interested in things. So if I can do that for other people and I could get some benefit out of that, then that's great. Or if I can create an experience for my friends that can spill over into new markets, then I'm all about that.
That makes sense. Now you started to sell a few paintings, and then you decided to take a studio in Chelsea. And then I think most people watching know that, I mean, New York is where every artist wants to be, and Chelsea is the center of the universe for art, if you from that perspective. So, when did you and why did you decide to take this space in Chelsea?
Well, it's exactly right. You know, Chelsea is the heart of the art world, literally the world. And I felt like if I was going to do this, I had to be there. You know, if I wanted to convince people to come and see my work, I couldn't try to figure out how to get them to see me. I had to go where they already are.
Right.
So a lot of that is also like in business, right? So like how many people are you trying to get to your website versus going to where they already are on Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat or Twitter, right? So for me, it's a lot of the same type of mentality of you got to go where everybody already is. And then that's going to be your greatest base. So right after I started selling, and getting a lot of, you know, appreciation and interest and really cool feedback from my friends and family and from real art collectors out there, I felt like I needed to get a real studio. I couldn't just have people coming to my apartment. So I felt like I needed a studio. I needed to be in an environment where it was wholly mine to create and have all my tools and everything accessible.
And then also you decided to call the space the Pivot Gallery. Why did you decide on that approach?
So what I noticed very quickly is that the art world is a very exclusionary world, and a lot of things are open to the business of art, and a lot of things are closed to the actual artist. So there's a lot of art fairs where they only take submissions from galleries. There's a lot of websites that only take submissions from galleries. A lot of resources deal directly with galleries or fairs or things like that, but not directly with the artist. So all of a sudden I noticed very quickly that as an artist, I didn't have a lot of access to things. But as a gallery, I would have full access to things. Right. So I set up my own gallery. I created my own gallery and I incorporated as a gallery so that now I would have all the benefits of being a gallery, but as being an artist. Okay. And it served me very, very well.
All right. And then you touch a little bit on online. Certain sites only work with galleries. How is your online marketing? Because I know that's one of your strengths.
Yeah, so for me, it's very, very difficult to get the right type of social media following and the right type of following. So even that, I'm learning a lot every day by some of the people that are doing the best. So for me, it's the greatest equalizer for anybody out there to be able to get directly to their audience. So when you look at almost every other media, whether it's music or television or any of these things, people are becoming social media stars in music, you know, through YouTube, right? So if you want a record label, you can't just go to a record label and say, I have a great voice. It's like, okay, show me your millions of YouTube followers, and then we'll give you a contract, and then we'll put you on tour. And it's the same thing with a lot of these up-and-coming actors. They have social media followings. A lot of the influencers are coming from social media and then hitting it big in some of the other traditional media. So as an artist, it's the greatest way to kind of get the word out there, show people what you do, so that when you want to enter the traditional world, you're going in there with a lot of more impact.
Okay, and what platforms are you using?
So right now I'm using Artsy, which I love. I have a website, and I'm also using Instagram a lot. I use Twitter a little bit, but mostly Instagram is absolutely the best way to reach your audience.
Okay. And I think we just talked about this before. Artsy, didn't you just get you just got something good from Artsy, didn't you?
Yeah, Artsy is a phenomenal platform because it's one of those things where the people who are in the business of art look at that all the time. So when they're looking for the right piece, the right artist, the right aesthetic, whatever they're looking for, whether it's for them or for a client, I think they turn to Artsy first. Okay. And you know, that's a place where I've been able to get noticed, and people have now reached out a lot to me through that platform.
I know you've been humble about it, but you just got a couple of commissions for a mega yacht, didn't you? For a stateroom on a mega yacht?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's very exciting. I had an interior design firm reach out to me. They loved my work. I didn't know them from anywhere, but they found my work through Artsy and they reached out to me directly and then immediately gave me a commission for a couple pieces.
Fantastic. So that shows obviously that that online platform was very important. So what's next for you? What's next over the next? Well, I know you had a long-term game plan for this. You were obviously building your brand. That was more important to you than sales because you realised once your brand was at a certain level, then the sales would come. So what's your game plan now going forward?
So the next phase for me is how to create a product that I can get out to a lot more people. That's a lot more affordable to many people. So I've had so many people that have reached out to me and tell me how much they love my work, and it's like so humbling and so exciting. But yet I still want them to be able to own a piece of mine. So I'm getting into some very unique photography of my work and almost creating these micro landscapes that people will be able to order online. And there'll be photographs, and then this way people can order my works, and because I actually got a lot of inquiries through whether it's businesses or offices or hotel chains and things like that, where they wanted a number of pieces, but they don't want to spend for an original, nor do they want to put an original in those spaces. So, so that kind of led to me getting into that a lot more. Also, the photography is pretty cool. So that's kind of the next phase for me, to be able to get my work into so many more people's hands, and then also be able to promote it online in a big way.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, especially trying to reach the broader audience with obviously the lower price points and volume as well. And it's a great way to do it. You'll get the interest in these original pieces, and then obviously only one person would buy that one original, and you'll have 1,000 people that loved it but would buy a smaller piece because they couldn't buy the original. So it's definitely the right way to go. So we're gonna. What I want you to do is, so we've got a lot of people watching that are younger, and they want to they want to see about being an artist and having a career in one, and which way to navigate. But also, I know there's going to be a lot of people that were in or are in your shoes as you were a few years ago, thinking, okay, I've done well in business. I would like to see if I could make money from being an artist and follow my dream and passion that I always wanted to follow, but was sent in a different direction. So let's give some advice. If you were to sort of give a few sentences to someone who was in your position, say 5 years ago.
Right. I think the most important thing is to network. That's been a lifelong skill of mine, and it's one of the things that enables me to go into almost any industry or any business, because chances are good I either have friends in there or I have friends that can introduce me to people, so that it enables me to enter a new market at almost any level, because I already might have a pre-established network that lives there. So I think that enabled me to get into the art world in a much bigger, faster way than I think I ever would be able to had I just started out as an artist. So networking is key. I think you have to develop something that's very uniquely yours, that's going to set you apart from somebody else, and whether that's a medium, a subject, anything that you do that separates you. From the way I look at it is, somebody could look at my paintings and know that I did that without me having to sign it. And as a matter of fact, I don't sign them on the front, I sign them on the back. So I think that there's a lot of artists, when you look at history, the people that have been successful are the ones that have developed something unique, that at the time was unique to them, and have been able to make a career out of that. So I think that's a big part of it. And I think the third part is social media. There's nothing greater than, we live in a world where nobody can stand in your way from being successful. All the intermediaries are out the door. So if you use social media successfully and you could achieve your own social media following, your own success, you can take that wherever you go.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Good advice. So Gareb, thank you. It's been impressive watching your journey up to this point, and I'm excited to see where it goes. So
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Gareb's story is different to a lot of the guys we've shown here. He was very successful in business, built a multi-million-dollar business, built businesses in different industry sectors, and then decided it wasn't enough, it wasn't fulfilling. He wanted to be an artist and he wanted to create. And I think there are a lot of people out there that happens to them. They come to that stage in life when they are successful, but realize that it wasn't just about money, it wasn't about putting up with the stress of kind of working hard for a living. There's more to it. They wanted fulfillment, and if they were creative, they wanted to find an outlet for that creativity. And if you can find a way to make money from that creativity, even better. Now, Gareb had the balls, which is important here, he had the balls to give everything up and follow the dream of being an artist. I think it's easier to follow that dream when you're young. and you're not sacrificing or giving up anything. But imagine it, that you're at the head of a sort of $20–30 million empire with a whole team under you and responsibility, and you've taken a company public, and you have the balls to walk away from that to start being a painter. I think that's pretty impressive, and I think that deserves a lot of respect. And I think one of the really important things we can take from Gareb is how he used that then business savvy to build an art career. Everything he knew from business was translatable to building himself as a brand and build the image around his art. And he mentioned it. Very, very important was the network. He tapped into his existing network, and he used whatever he could within that network to get himself a platform, to get himself an intro, say, to a gallery owner or to someone in the press, and use that then to kind of navigate his way through the art world. There's another aspect here. He had some finances, he had some money, but he still went all in. He used that money. He got a space in Chelsea, which is very expensive, and which he called the Pivot Gallery. He used that money to pay for himself to be in art fairs, and he may have paid for the odd gallery show. But if you have the resources and you're willing to go all in, then there is nothing wrong with starting out by paying for that platform to get people to see you. Again, at the end of the day, it's all about the platform. Whatever you have to do to find that platform and get yourself to the point where if you build it, they will come, do it. Be all in, that's the only way to make this work. And Gareb is a fantastic example of not only being all in, but look at what he had to sacrifice. Now we come to the most important part of this video. How is all of this applicable to you? All of the artists we've looked at, I hope you can see that there's a lot of similarities. They may be on different journeys with different directions, but there's a lot of similarities with regard to their personality types, why they did what they did, the understanding of operating from a platform, and realizing it wasn't about knocking on doors, it was about the old adage of if you build it, they will come. So operating from a strong Instagram platform or using the streets as a platform, showing wherever you can as a platform. All of these guys that we looked at understood and identified that. I think one of the most important things to take away that they all had was an immense sense of self-belief, an immense self-confidence. They really believed that the world needed to see their work and that their work was unique and something very special. Now, without that sense of self-belief, it's very difficult to make this work as a career. And it's very difficult anyway. You really have to question if this is for you. It's not easy being an artist.
So you want to be an artist? Do you know what it means to be an artist? To live, breathe, sleep art? Many artists have suffered. Many artists have died pursuing a torturous path of rejection and frustration. A lonely journey, spending hour upon hour in the confines of a studio, the confines of your own mind. Creating something that comes from a place in your psyche even you don't understand. And at what cost? A piece of your heart? A piece of your soul? Now you are laid bare for the world to judge. Your heart is pounding. The anticipation is electrifying. Your creations are unlike anything that's come before. You've seen pieces of crap selling for millions. You've seen so-called masterworks in the world's art museums. Your work is better. Once the world lays eyes on it, you will be famous. This is it. The beginning of a new life.
Send me an email or something.
So let's say you're going to start on this journey. You want to start down this path.
First of all, you need to have a body of work. You can't just take one or two works of art out there into the world and say, look, I'm an artist. So let's start with the work first of all. Create whatever body of work you need to create. Then you need to think about, now, where does it fit in? What genre do you fit into? And this is very important with how to market the work. For example, Gareb. Gareb's work works better for the interior design market than it would do for the fine art world. The fine art world is a very narrow path, and it's looking for strong concept, lots of layers, and often the detriment of aesthetics. It doesn't need to be pretty. It could be a pile of candy in the corner of a room or a pile of elephant poop, if the concept is strong and it's presented from the right platform. So if Gareb tried to go that route, it wouldn't have worked, and he realized that the interior design direction was right for him. Wisby, for example, that pop art direction, that enables you to tap into a much wider audience than both the interior design route or the fine art route, because you can tap into the mass market, and it may not be hardcore art collectors, but it could be anyone that thinks, well, that image is cool and I could afford to buy one of the prints of that image for $100. So if you're going that pop art direction, then it's all about the visual. Is it work that's very cool to look at, that most people would look at and instantly say, wow, that's cool? And that type of work that has that instant reaction from the masses is also a good thing to use on Instagram, for example. So you've got to think carefully about what direction you want to take your work. Okay, so now you have your body of work that the world needs to see. You've decided who your audience is and what direction you want to go. You need a website. The first thing any gallery, any collector, anyone interested in you is going to do is look you up online. And the website, it's not a representation of you as a business, it's your online portfolio. It's your online studio, so to speak. And it's critical in this day and age. I can't emphasize enough how important this is. You will not be taken seriously by anyone if you do not have a good website. Make it clean, simple, white background, images as large as possible, as if it's a gallery format, an online gallery format, that feel of a gallery. Don't put a picture of your face on there. It's not about you, it's about the work. Get someone, a third party, to write about you, that's fine. Use an artist statement so people can get a feel of what the work is about, where it comes from, that's fine as well. Most important thing is the work, feature the work. Now, once you have that website, from that platform, you have something to market from. And we can use that to attach to your Instagram and to your Facebook, because when you build a good Instagram page, a good Facebook page, which we're going to talk about in a bit, people are going to immediately go to your website from that to see the work in all its glory, so to speak. Get a website before you do anything else. Okay, so now it's time to do a little bit of market research. There are some great ways to kind of test the market, get your images out there, and kind of see how people respond. Get yourself an Instagram account. Populate that account with top quality images of your work. And then even if you're at home, make a kind of creative space that looks like a studio space where you can be seen to be painting. And get some cool images, video of that as well. So you're portraying that artist lifestyle, and people can see where that body of work came from. Most important thing though is that the pictures of the work are phenomenal. Once you've populated that Instagram account, you need to get some followers. You can get about 100 followers overnight simply by just tapping into your friends and family, which you've probably already got from Facebook, and you can link the two. That's not enough for you to do some effective research or market research. You need to find a bigger audience. You can start by following galleries, following museums, following any influencers, which are people that have big followings but are within the art genre. Like their images as well, and then they may see you and have a look at you and see what you're all about. Also use platforms like Max, who we talked about. Tax Collection is fantastic, a curated platform ready for you to plug into where you can reach 500,000 followers. All you have to do is submit to Max, and if he likes the work and it fits, then you can go forward and get in front of that audience. There are some other platforms like Max as well, which you should try, and they're listed here. What you need to look at is what sort of response you're getting to your imagery, say compared to other artists out there. Let's say you submit something on Tax Collection and you're getting 5,000 likes, and you submit another image and you're getting 100 likes. Well, obviously the 5,000 likes is a good indicator that you've got something that could work. If you're getting 100 likes, you need to rethink what direction you're going with that work, and maybe this route is not for you. Once you've established that you think there is a market to tap into, you're getting that response that you want, then we can look at taking it to the next level. Okay, so now you have your website, you have your social media account, you've been getting some good responses with the imagery. Now it's time to get that physical work out into the world. To start with, show wherever you can. Use whatever connections you have. A few of the artists we looked at did that very effectively. You had Mr. E shown in a cigar bar, you had GD showing in a hair salon, and the last one he did at a hair salon, he sold out the show before the show opened. Someone walked in and bought everything. Use whatever you can, whatever wall you can, to get the work out there in front of an audience. Now, when you're at this level and you're ready to showcase the work and you're ready to sell the work, you've got to think about how you're going to price it. I've seen a lot of artists price themselves out right from the start and mess up and not sell anything because they priced the work too high. And their opinion, the value was way out compared to what the audience thought or the market thought. You're brand new, you're just starting. Sell your works for a few $100 if you need to get them out there, to get them into the hands of collectors, because those collectors will then keep coming back and follow you through your career. I know plenty of instances where a collector has bought something for an artist for a few $100, and then a couple of years later from that same artist they bought something for $4,000. They don't expect to buy it for that $200 or $300, but they're happy to be part of that artist's journey as he accelerates his way through the art world and through the art market. So how you price your work is critical. You do not want to have a studio full of work that's not selling, because the fine art world or the commercial art world is very fickle. If no one is buying your work, no one will buy your work. So what I mean by that is people want to buy what everyone else is buying. If they're not buying it, then they're not going to buy into you and buy the work. So showcase wherever you can, get the price right, sell it for whatever you have to get the work out there into the audience hands to start with. Then you can start putting up the price when you see that demand, just like you would do with any other product or business. So there are some other avenues open to you as an individual, still as an artist representing yourself, to monetize your work. Social media, for example, using Instagram. If you've got some paintings that are complex, take a long time to do, you can't sell them for a couple of $100 if you spent 2-3 months on it. And maybe it's a very popular image, and you may have got 500 people liked that painting, but maybe none of them can afford to pay the money that you need to get from it to make it commercially viable. But those 500 people may be able to buy a print for $100 of that painting. So Instagram is a fantastic platform to monetize imagery for the mass market, using silk screens, lithos, whatever variation of print that you want to do. You can also look at ways to get in front of an audience that you pay to have an online presence, such as Saatchi Online, Artsy, which Gareb spoke about. But Saatchi Online is better for individual artists. That will give you a little e-commerce site that you can reach an art audience through. And again, I know a lot of artists that do well selling online through, say Saatchi Online. Now let's go into the physical space. There are again places as an artist you can pay to have access to audiences, whether it be a pay-to-play gallery, but bear in mind you don't have that third-party validation relationship that you do with other galleries. This is more of a kind of a vanity project or vanity aspect to it, but you will get to go in front of an audience. And there's also art festivals.
So they're like art fairs, which we spoke about earlier, which are for galleries. Art festivals are for artists. Maybe 60, 70 artists will have their individual little spot, little pitch, and you can have a showcase of works that you may have paid $500 to $1,500 for that pitch, and you'll get in front of, say, 10,000 people that day, depending where the art festival is. So again, a way to pay to get in front of an audience in the physical space. So it's not difficult to find yourself a few revenue streams. One thing I want to touch on, why I remember, is photography. If photography is your direction, I know a few photographers that are making very good money and have never even printed an image before. They have a very strong social media following. They put their work out there. They're using that strong platform. They get a few 100,000 followers, and then brands start to come to them and say, we love the way you shot that. Now throw in a pair of Nike sneakers, throw in a car, throw in a sweater, and then the brands will collaborate with the photographer's image, direction, his eye, and they'll create an advertising campaign, marketing campaign from that. And the photographer will get paid very well from that. So again, another example of how powerful it is to build your own platform and let them come to you. If you build it, they will come, so to speak. So now you can generate these revenue streams yourself. And hopefully you're going to get to the stage where you need to spend so much time selling that you can't spend enough time creating. And that's when you know that you need help. And that's where we're going to look at the next level of your career. So hopefully you get to a stage where you have to concentrate so much effort and time on the business and you're selling so much work that you don't have time to create, and this messes up your creative process. Sounds crazy, but that's a good place to be, because it means now that you're at a level where you can start looking at the next step, which would be gallery representation. You can do very well as an individual, more so than ever before in the art world, and Mr. E is a fantastic example of that. But even he realized that there is a ceiling. If he wants to get to that kind of next level, that few $100,000 or multi-million-dollar level of sales, you need to start getting into that gallery structure and that gallery format. Now, if you're doing this right, you have a strong enough platform, galleries are approaching you. That's always the best way to do it. If you do want to approach galleries, let me tell you this. In the 4 years I've had the gallery in New York, maybe once have I taken an artist that's either sent an email or has walked in through the door. It generally happens that I see artists showing somewhere, or I see them through Instagram, I see them through their platform of strength, or it's through a network or a referral. It's not from them banging on the door. And the problem is the most of the guys that come through the door, they're not targeting who they approach. So if you do want to go and visit a gallery or try and get into a gallery, study the galleries first of all. Are they a fit for the direction you want to go in? Are they a fit for your work? Are they going to think that you are a fit for them? Are there artists on the same level as you? If you are just starting out and you're trying to walk into a gallery in Chelsea where they have a whole stable of mid-career artists who are selling for 50,000 plus or in museums all over the world, and you're a brand new guy, it's not economically viable for them to take you on, because it's just not going to work within their business format. So be very targeted about who you approach if you are going to approach them. Don't try and talk to the gallery owner on an opening. He's in business mode on that opening night. That's completely the wrong time to try and engage with the gallery owner and show them your work. And most importantly, I think is when you walk into a gallery, don't pretend that you're not an artist. I've seen this a lot where artists will walk in, pretend to be interested in the work, and then try and segue that into a conversation about their own art. That's a very bad place to start from, because you've almost misled the gallery into thinking you could be possibly a collector by showing interest in the work. So be careful of that. But I still, as I say, recommend just coming from your platform of strength, not necessarily approaching galleries. So let's say we get you to the stage now where you're sitting down with a gallery and you found a gallery you want to work with. From a business structure standpoint, it's generally a 50-50 consignment deal, meaning you consign a work to a gallery and 50% would go to you, 50% would stay with the gallery. Now, in this case, it cannot be that your price that you sell your work for at the studio, let's say, is $2,000, then if the gallery wants to sell it, it's $4,000. There has to be a retail price across the board, whoever you're working with, whether it's from your studio or whether it's from the gallery, and you give up a certain percentage of that to whoever is helping you. So, and some galleries will also buy from you, and if they're going to buy from you outright, they want to buy more than one piece, then they're going to obviously want a better deal than 50-50 because they're buying up front. So that's sometimes a model that galleries will follow. Some galleries will want an exclusive, meaning that they represent you exclusively and they're the only people able to sell your work. Be very careful with this. I've seen a lot of artists get sucked into exclusives with galleries that are young starter galleries themselves. If the gallery hasn't got the resources, hasn't got the client base to support you, you cannot sign an exclusive with them. They would like to have you in exclusive to control you, but they don't have enough to offer you. Now, if this gallery can guarantee you a certain amount a year, they have the resources in place, the client base in place, then yes, they should have an exclusive with you because they have the tools to build you effectively, to build your brand effectively, to monetize your work. And if they're the experts in that for you, they don't want it messed up by other people. That makes sense. So be very careful about exclusive. Only get into an exclusive if you're sure that that gallery can look after you and fulfill your needs. Also look at galleries, what their program is. So how often are they doing shows, group shows, solo shows? Do they have relationships with museums? Are they doing art fairs? How much of a platform are they going to give you? Remember, this is all about how strong a platform you can show from. Just because it says art gallery on the door, it doesn't mean that the guys know what they're doing. There's a lot of people will open art galleries as a fun project. They have some money from elsewhere, and they think it would be nice to have a bunch of artists showing in a space. They don't necessarily know what they're doing. So bear that in mind. You may know more about the art business because you've done well yourself than the art gallery you're talking to. So it's very, very important to gauge where the gallery is at within its career as well. So find that platform that suits you. Now, once you've associated yourself with a gallery, and it's the right gallery for you, then you should see an increase in the perception of value within your prices. And this is all about third-party validation, which we talked about earlier. So you're showing now, you're showing by yourself, and now you're showing with, say, a gallery in Brooklyn, and your works have increased in price by 50%. Then you could be showing with a gallery in Manhattan, and maybe your works have increased by 100%. Because of that added perception of value by that level of third-party validation. Once you get some museum shows and the press start writing about you, your online presence becomes more solid. So when someone Googles you, they see lots about you. Again, that's another point that will establish your value or give you that higher perception of value. So what you're trying to do is, working with the gallery, build your brand, so to speak. And then you need to be just as invested and as involved as the gallery as well, because the more you do from that platform, the more it will reward you in the future as well. And then from that platform, maybe bigger galleries will see you. And if that gallery takes you a certain to a certain level, and then maybe Pace or Gagosian, one of the big guys, steps in and takes you to the top. So there is that gallery hierarchy that you're going to be working your way up as well. But it's important that that gallery relationship is strong, that you trust that gallery owner, and that you can work well with that gallery owner, so you get that platform of strength, which is going to give you the best shot at getting to where you want to be, which is one of the most successful artists in the art world today. Because if you don't want to be one of the most successful artists in the art world today, this maybe is not the career for you. So let's say now you're selling your work, whether through a gallery or still by yourself. Very important to stay true to yourself. Now you're starting to market the work, sell the work. Don't try and guess what people want to buy. You need to create your own work for you. And if there's an audience for it, you will find it. It may be not a commercially viable audience for that series of work or that body of work, but create it anyway. You have to create for you. Then you may do another body of work which is more successful commercially, which will then add value to the previous body of work. And this kind of alludes to what we've talked about a few times, that breakout style. Let's use Wisby as an example with the gummy bear. He did lots of different variations of work and then hit on the gummy bear, and the gummy bear was such a strong platform that everything else he did before and does now has merit and value coming from that strong platform. So be true to yourself. Create what you want to create. I've had a lot of artists come to me, like, what are your clients like? That approach does not work. Every gallery is different. Every gallery has different clients. Every gallery owner has a different taste. So it does not work if you try and guess what everyone wants to buy. I can't reiterate that strongly enough. Create for you, not for your audience. Create for you. So hopefully by this stage, what you've done, and you may not realize it, is you've built a brand. You've created amazing bodies of work, you've created amazing artwork, you've been building a market, you have collectors, you've also been building a brand, and your brand now has value. There is value in you as a brand, even outside of the work that you create. What can happen now is, and I've seen this happen a lot through social media, another brand, a commercial brand, can see your presence on social media, see your work, see your following, and it's good for them to be associated with you. This happens a lot with fashion, and it's become more acceptable over the years. A recent example is Alex Katz with H&M. Alex Katz being one of the most important artists of the late 20th century, it's still important now, doing a brand collaboration with H&M, which 10 years ago would have been crazy, but it's something that's becoming more and more accepted. There is a kind of a crossover with fashion and art, even in museums. I mean, the Alexander McQueen show at the Met was one of the biggest shows that they ever did a couple of years ago. So there's another revenue stream open now to artists once they get their brand to a certain level, because others, as say commercial brands, would like to be associated with them. And you can actually make more money from that direction than you can from selling your artwork. And the beauty of this is if you go that brand collaboration route, then you're free to create whatever you want. You have no constraints. You don't even have to create for gallery shows. You can do whatever you want because you're making so much money from your licensing and collaboration deals. And often those deals are passive income. So it may be that you license an image to the brand, they pay you a royalty and an upfront design fee, and then you just raking that money 2 years, 3 years consistently down the road, and that frees up your time to create and do whatever you want. So those brand collaborations and licensing deals can be a fantastic next step once you've built a powerful brand. So there you have it. So we've laid out some steps for you. We've given you some tools. We've given you some examples of some artists who have been very successful. Now the rest is on you. Now I know every topic we broached, we could talk about for a lot longer. We could talk for an hour about social media and how to use it effectively. We could talk for an hour about how to build effective relationships with galleries. And we will do that at another stage. We will add more content to this platform. But for now, you have enough to get out there and get started. And if you don't do it, it's on you. Never before has there been a time where it's so right for you to do this. With the tools you have to hand, you can be an individual artist without representation and get out there and start making money. Start turning your passion, your dream into a living. This is one of the most rewarding careers there is if you can make this work. And not only can it be rewarding financially, where there is no ceiling, the sky is the limit. There are plenty of guys I know that are selling works for $1 million plus. But also, if you want to look at it from a spiritual perspective, this is something that separates us from the animals. To be a human, to be able to create, is something that's unique to our species. And if you can tap into that freely and still support yourself and support a family, it's a pretty special existence you're going to carve out for yourself.
Hey, Vincent, how you been? What's up, dude? It's been a while.
Awesome show.
Oh, thank you. Let's go up to the deck and we'll talk.
Another sellout show. Remember, we've got the talk at MoMA next Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, this could be a good one.
Certainly I want to believe that an artist I'm collecting is going to appreciate with time, and that therefore where they're headed, who represents them, who believes in them, who validates them, certainly adds value to their work, and it certainly attracts me to want what other people want.
For me, the artists that I want to collect are the ones that I feel that have the it factor. Wisby, for example, you see one of his pieces and you instantly know the gummy bear is Wisby. I love that. And that to me brings that added value of the it factor. You need that, I think, in your collection.
I think the thing that I look for in an artist, I mean, it's got to start with an incredible amount of creativity and a work ethic, that drive that says they're not going to get to a point where they don't know what direction they're heading. I think the artists that have that vision that's 3 years out, 5 years out and beyond, you can tell that their minds are spinning on how to be relevant with everything that they do moving forward.